Chapter 106, The Promise. I scanned the massive room around me and honestly although it was quite a haul it just looked like a giant storage room. The room was similar in a way to the black box back in Elysia. The stones were this beige sandstone color and like in Elysia many runes swirled on the walls. But just by looking at it I could tell it lacked the customization options that the black box held. It made sense since this was clearly designed just to be a storage area. My little home was designed for me, which means chances are it was also designed to be a base of operations. Overall the design was rather plain with just that sandstone making up the floor, walls and ceiling. This entire place was just one large highly fortified room. But considering its contents and purpose I suppose this was an adequate design. There was a lot of gold, and I mean a loot of gold. Like literally piles of it in parts of the room. What's interesting was that this gold was clearly not designed for use by the Zaramans. Usually gold is stored in the form of coins, but the gold here was stored in bars, which were extremely efficient to store in terms of space. I'm not sure why the original creators bothered to store gold when this was supposed to be for the firstborn. Perhaps this vault was for those that would support the new firstborn. It made sense to an extent. The generations that come later would need resources to support me. Especially considering this whole thing had to be done secretly. According to Mahila, the first cult was shattered after the fall of the firstborn and they scattered across the world with nothing but their mission still in hand. They were purged many times until their numbers dwindled almost to nothing. The only remaining holdout that held a reasonable amount of members was the Syndicate. But even then Mahila said they had gone astray, focusing more on their vendetta against Heaven rather than restoring the three worlds to its proper state. To me, although Heaven is currently the largest threat, in the end they were but a powerful faction. The firstborn of old were defeated due to betrayals and the alliance of their enemies. If I can bring many beings to my side and deny my enemies any allies, then victory was in reach. Now this is interesting, Cecilia said as she held this strange little rod in her hand. She was standing in front of this cabinet that was filled with magical artifacts. This cabinet was also next to 4 bookshelves filled with ancient tomes. It appears our book collection was going to get another upgrade. Oh, that is a Fosy blade, Mahila said as she walked over. I headed over as well and I looked down at the little thing. It was a highly enchanted item, but yet I sense very little ether radiating from it. That was certainly interesting. Usually highly enchanted artifacts were brimming with ether. A Fosy blade? I have never heard of such a thing. Is this supposed to be a weapon? Cecilia asked as she turned the strange rod in her hand. Now that I look at it, it kind of looks like a sword handle without the blade or guard. Yes, a Fosy blade, Mahila said as she extended her hand and Cecilia, catching her meaning, handed it to her. Fosy blades are made from a rare type of ether crystal. It's like this actually, Mahila said as she opened up the cabinet and took out this strange-looking ether crystal. The shape of it was like a typical cut of diamond, but the pointy bottom was much longer and extended down quite far, giving it an almost teardrop shape. Although it appears the cut of the crystal was extremely poor, it didn't look very good with odd angles, and it was also slightly asymmetrical. These crystals are extremely rare because you can't cut ether crystals into the required shape. Rupturing a crystal's structure causes it to explode if charged or become unusable when empty. This shape allows for ether to be concentrated and expelled in a controlled manner. Think of it as a focusing lens, hence the name Fosy crystals, Mahila explained as she handed the crystal to Cecilia, who examined it intently. This type of blade essentially draws from the user's ether to create a high-powered ether blade. It is extremely draining to use, but its raw cutting power more than makes up for it, Mahila said as she ignited the Fosy blade and a glowing, crackling blue blade appeared from the hilt. Test it, I said as I extended one of my blades and Mahila calmly took a swing at it. To my surprise, although it didn't cut through, it still melted and chipped the bone. Hiya. But still it's hard to maintain this for long periods of time, Mahila said as she turned it off. I could tell there was a slight bit of fatigue in her from that strike alone. It wasn't much, but if it was even slightly taxing after a single swing from someone like Mahila, then it must have quite a high power draw. Why is it so taxing for you? I asked curiously. The design of this weapon demands the user themselves provide the ether required to power the weapon. There are a lot of enchantments needed to form the ether into a usable blade. Since the shapes of the crystals aren't perfect, there is an efficiency problem as well. Not much effort has been put into optimization of the process either since Fosy crystals are so rare. No one uses these blades for extended fights anyway. We mostly use it for a sudden devastating attack due to its complete lack of weight. Mahila said as she took a step back. She put the Fosy blade back onto the cabinet and took a step back. She drew her twin blades and did a quick slashing combo against an imaginary assailant and then suddenly saw a glowing blue blade flash for a moment before disappearing. Then Mahila sheathed her swords and reached into a compartment in her armor revealing another Fosy blade. I have one as well. The idea is to have it activated for as little time as possible. The sheer cutting power and the fact that blade just suddenly appears is extremely useful for combo mix-ups. A sudden strike to end the fight or damage equipment. Since the Fosy blade by its nature has a very low ether signature, most cannot detect it if you have one on hand. Mahila explained. Interesting. You say the efficiency issues are because no one was researching it, right? I muttered and Mahila nodded in response. Yes, because Fosy crystals are exceedingly rare, and the imperfect shape means additional enchantments need to be powered by the user in order to keep the blade stable. Fosy blades are surprise attack weapons, so the special enchantments are dormant until the user pours ether into it. Mahila explained and I nodded as I turned my gaze to the small stack of Grahanum crowns in the corner. Well, we plan to visit the primordial font to charge the crowns anyway. The Grahanum crowns also couldn't be assimilated by the firstborn due to the form of the essence being too chaotic. It was mostly useful as a power source to power other things. I floated a pair of Grahanum crowns over to me and I drew out the mass of crackling power. I saw Cecilia and Mahila give me funny looks as they wondered what the hell I was doing. You know how my Praetorians have large control crystals to send out commands to the rest of the hive, I said with a smile, and I watched as their eyes widened in understanding. I looked down at the mass of power and I began to shape it to my design. It didn't take long, just about 5 minutes. I wasn't sure how much energy it would need to create a Fosy crystal, so I took 2 crowns just in case. But it turns out they were surprisingly cheap and soon I had about 8 perfect Fosy crystals in front of me. Of course. You said those crystals in your hive were not like normal ether crystals because they lacked the ability to store power, but Cecilia began. But Fosy crystals don't need to store power, they only need to focus it. Mahila muttered as she took one of the perfectly shaped synthetic Fosy crystals. I wonder, can we get the efficiency down enough for it to be usable for the average spellblade? Cecilia asked as she held another of the Fosy crystals in her hand. At least we don't have to worry about breaking it during experiments now. My uncle tore out half the feathers on his head when he accidentally broke one. Mahila mused. Actually, I wasn't really planning for it to be used primarily by humanoids, I said, and the pair looked up at me. You see, if the enchantments are draining a lot of power to keep the blade stable, what if you don't need to keep it as stable? Why not make the ether just blast out the other end like a projectile? I said, and Mahila's eyes widened like saucers. Yes. If they aren't rare and relatively cheap to make. Since it's just a shape after all. You can just put them in your hive, Cecilia said as she cupped her chin as a wide smile appeared on her face. The size is also not a problem. I can make a really big one and turn it into a cannon. Then I mount it on some kind of organic frame and then we suddenly have a very powerful siege weapon, I said, and Cecilia nodded fervently. You could also make smaller ones and turn it into a kind of staff. That way anyone with a scrap of magic potential is suddenly able to be a ranged combatant. Just give them the staff, have them point it at the enemy and fire. You don't even need to train them much, Cecilia said as she cupped her chin, the possibilities racing through her head. Thank whatever creator there was, the old gods never paid much attention to humanoid technology, Mahila added as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Lucky indeed, the humanoids created a lot of interesting solutions to problems. If the firstborn took note of these solutions, they would be able to vastly improve them. With this new technology and resource, we can change the way war is waged. The Averlanian Empire's military will get a significant edge over the other nations. You should be able to create more of these with some kind of creation, right? Cecilia asked, and I nodded in response. But I doubt you can just make those staffs you were talking about. Wood can't hold the ether load, you are going to need mithril. A lot of mithril, in fact, if you want to arm the common populace with weapons based on these, Mahila said, and Cecilia shifted her gaze as she ruminated over the problem. Our forges don't have the capacity for it. Getting the mithril ore isn't a problem. Refining it is. Cecilia muttered. Yeah, my hive has already struck several mithril veins by accident. There's a lot of it deep under the Ironhammer mountain range, and I also found a vein under Cathay when my hive was scouting the underground logistics network pathways. I said, and Cecilia shifted her gaze to me, and we came to the exact same conclusion. We need the dwarves. We both said in unison. My hive can't refine mithril ore, so the dwarves are our only bet here. I said, and Cecilia nodded in response. This opens many doors. The Fosy crystals are also another carrot to dangle in front of the dwarves. That plus the promised riches of the logistics network that I plan to offer them, and the threat of annihilation should be more than enough to bring them to our side. Cecilia said as she cupped her chin. The human army might actually be useful now beyond basic peacekeeping operations. Mahila said as she turned the Fosy crystal in her hand. They were always going to be useful, I just needed to arm them correctly. I was originally going to grow them better weapons that would require minimal training to use. Mostly due to the fact that we don't have decades of time to train an army, so any military technology revolution would need something that is easy to implement. The original plan was to get my hands on some of the primordial crystals at the font and see if they can be used to power some kinds of weapons. I said, and Mahila nodded in understanding. The primordial crystals store essence instead of ether, but the essence is formless and inherently chaotic. If the firstborn could use that essence, they would have just started drinking from the primordial font to gain power. Mahila replied as she shifted her gaze to me. I know, such a pity. I said in mock disappointment. Yes, what a disappointment. The only limitation you have is that you cannot drink from the source of all power in the world. Cecilia replied dryly with a smirk. Hey, just give me this, I don't get to complain about that many things. I said with a fang smile of my own. Imagine that being a problem. Cecilia replied with a chuckle. Since we are going to have a lot of these Fosy crystals lying around, may I keep this one? Mahila asked as she picked up the Fosy blade that was in the vault. Sure, but what's so special about this one? I can make a better one with a better crystal. I asked as I stared at Mahila, who was looking wistfully at the blade in her hand. My Fosy blade was made by the same person that made this one. If it's here, it means my uncle gave it to the first cult here. Mahila said as she took her own blade and held both up for us to see. First off, I noticed there were some design similarities between the two. For instance, both were clearly designed for hands larger than those your average human would possess. The handle was too thick and it was a tad too long for a one-handed sword's handle. The second and perhaps most obvious sign that they were both made by the same person was this signature engraved on the mithril handle. Vizeros. The Crowfather? I asked, and Mahila nodded in response. You have a crazy history, Mahila. I said with a shake of my head. You have no idea. Mahila muttered in response as her face twisted slightly in unhappiness. I guess her past was a touchy subject. All of this was a long time coming. Mahila said as she pocketed the two blades and walked over to the wall at the far end of the room. I could see there was some kind of simple mural there, but it wasn't enchanted or giving off any ether, so I didn't pay it too much attention. The loot in here seemed far more important. Me and Cecilia followed her to the mural, and I saw it was rather well drawn. But what caught my attention was this set of words inscribed on the mural. It was a poem with rather prophetic undertones. Makes me wonder if it was actually another prophecy. Prophecies were a curious thing. Good prophecies always come true, but their words are often vague and lack a lot of information. They basically tell you the end, but it doesn't tell you what that end will be like exactly and how that end will come to pass. Still, it was useful regardless. So on this wall these words appear. We serve the righteous hand of the old gods. We serve the true gods that the world has forgot. Thought broken and exiled, we are loyal the same. We guard these seeds through the worst of our pain. The old world is dead and it is writ on its grave. The usurpers felled the old gods unnamed. Though the usurpers use this world as a slave, the slaves will one day carry them to their grave. Is this a prophecy? I asked curiously, and I saw Mahila shake her head with her back still to me. She turned around in an indomitable will in her sterling eyes. This is no prophecy. This is a promise. Chapter 107, Maligaros. I held the key out and the next vault opened, revealing a much larger structure built into the mountain. At first glance this place was far more secure. The architecture was excellent with intricate patterns of runes running along this large corridor. Notably I saw these strange statues that were modeled after draconians. Unlike the lizardkin they looked far more bestial, which was apparently more common on the older species. Most of the current humanoids are linked in some way to the elves, thus the rather hairless body. These statues had bulkier arms and long draconic heads. Their necks seemed shorter, but as I looked at their legs I started to understand something. The lizardkin had this thing where if they killed their opponents with their feet talons it was considered a humiliating kill. The draconians had rather large muscular legs. That must go well with their large powerful wings. They can just dive onto their targets and maim them with their talons. Although as I look at the ether flow on the surrounding structure I don't think those are just statues. Those aren't just statues, are they? I asked as we walked past one of them. No, those are golems. The ancient Zaramans often employed constructs to fight for them. It was useful considering maintaining supply lines in a desert is quite difficult. A golem can't die of thirst after all. Mahila said as she glanced at the golem. But what good would these golems do if someone broke in? Judging by that door back there, if someone managed to break in, chances are they could take care of these golems. I asked as we continued past golem after golem. We weren't that worried. I could most definitely take on these golems judging by their ether levels. Also Mahila was here. The first cult were exiles. My best guess was it was to guard against betrayal. If someone breaks in using a key the golems may be able to detect if the person isn't supposed to be here. Either that or it's just a deterrent for others who know about this place. Cecilia suggested. Another mystery for the list, I guess. I muttered. Honestly, all the explanations didn't completely make sense, but I couldn't just ask the creator. A betrayer who knew about this place would know about the golems and be able to circumvent them. If it was a deterrent, I think the door was a better deterrent, and honestly most won't know about this place anyway. I guess this was the annoying part of the ancient past. It was quite the waste, honestly. All this knowledge just lost to time. Soon we arrived at another door. This one was even more fortified than the last. Although I did see a simple control switch on the door. If you make a door this fortified and make it easy to open from this side, then the door isn't to keep people out, it's to keep something in. Something tells me there is something dangerous on the other side of that door. Cecilia said as she peered at the little control matrix sitting in the middle of that massive vault-like door. The door was this massive circular thing made of concentric rings. Each ring glowed with runes that each formed a magic circle. In the center of the door held this matrix, which I could tell judging by the runes was how you opened the door. Yes, you don't make a door like that and make it that easy to open. That was there to keep something in. Mahila muttered as she gazed at the door. We should be careful when we open this thing. I'm starting to think the golems were not put here to keep things out. I think it might be to keep something in. I said as I channeled power into my blades and activated my void enchant ability. Agreed. Mahila said as she drew one of her swords and approached the door. Cecilia, take a step back. I said as Cecilia backed off and I put myself in front of her. She was easily the weakest of the three of us in terms of combat power, but she was arguably the most important at this point. Without her there goes my venerable beast alibi for the angels. Quite an interesting arrangement we all have. If any of us disappears all the plans fall apart. Mahila reached out and tapped on the matrix. The runes swirled for a moment and then it disappeared. Then the concentric rings began to glow as they rotated. I saw the magic barriers on the door fade one by one and soon the barriers were gone. Then when the final ring clicked into place, the door slid downwards into the floor. You know, with the door designed like that, how would someone close it? As the door completely dropped below the floor, I saw this dragon-like skeleton lying on the floor on the other side of the door. It was lying next to this pedestal with another magic matrix. Now that's dedication. Looks like the only way to close the door was from the other side and the only way to open it was from the outside. I assume since this place was made to contain something, they wanted to make it as difficult as possible for whatever is inside to escape. Also, by making it impossible to close from the outside, it made sure that opening this door was a one-way trip for someone. But as I look at what this room held, I am starting to understand why all the security. What the hell is all this? Cecilia stammered. Those lunatics. Mahila muttered through gritted teeth. They didn't just lock up the Eternal Mother, it seems, I said as I walked forward into the massive room. The room was filled with magic stasis chambers holding various creatures. I recognized these designs. The Eternal Mother gave me some of the memories, but she couldn't give me most of the exact designs. Everything I made that was based on her creations was modeled after what I saw. I didn't have the essence code for her crazier creations. These monsters were vastly superior to the ones I had, although they were quite expensive to produce. I may have to cut some corners, but I could still use parts of their designs. You know what these things are? I asked in a tone that betrayed the fact I knew exactly what these things are. The Eternal Mother's Hive. Mahila said through gritted teeth. So this is a firstborn's hive? Cecilia asked as she looked around the room. Millions died to creatures like this. They reaved across this world, devouring everything in their wake. These are the monsters that drove the orcs to extinction. The orcs were brutal and these creatures were their replacement. The firstborn's new weapon. Mahila said as she warily looked around the room. Why did the firstborn need such a tool? They wouldn't need it considering their power. I never got the chance to ask before this. Cecilia asked curiously as she too looked around the room in fascination. The firstborn used to like to orchestrate catastrophes. Each firstborn controlled a domain, so sometimes they used them for raids. Why they did this I am not sure, but I suspect it has something to do with the other reason they used the hives and orcs. Mahila replied as a dark expression crossed her face. Which is? I asked. They would occasionally unleash their hordes upon us, and the civilization that performs the best gets a reward. It was a form of crude entertainment for them. Mahila replied. That seems wasteful. There are other ways to get entertainment. Some of you write some really interesting books. I mused and I saw Mahila turn to give me a funny look. Careful, there's a lot of danger in front of us, I said with a smirk, and she scowled at me before turning forward. It was a cheeky jab, as the only reason we were having this conversation was because we all knew it was safe. The contents of this room were still contained. The only reason the Eternal Mother was allowed to be semi-autonomous was because there was no way for her to live without assistance. But these creatures, if unleashed, could do a lot of damage. Most obvious of these creatures was the strange creature that was the centerpiece of this little collection. Are you sure these things are secure? Cecilia asked a little nervously as we walked forward towards this pedestal that held this creature. I knew what it was, but I could tell even Mahila had no idea. Yes, the wards are still strong. The only way they are getting out is if something disables the containment wards, Mahila said as we stopped in front of the strange creature. It bore a lot of resemblance to the Eternal Mother. Purple armor plates covered its body. Its lower half was like a centipede with large insectoid legs running along the side of its body. Its torso was vaguely humanoid in shape. What was interesting was its torso. It looked like it was designed to open up. As for its arms, it was these 6 small shrunken things that looked primarily for digging. Its head was wide like a hammerhead shark with 6 small eyes dotted along it and 1 large eye in the center. Do you know what that is? Cecilia asked as she gazed up at it. No, my best guess is that it's one of the Eternal Mother's lieutenants, Mahila replied warily. That is the Eternal Mother's right hand. Maligaro's, I said calmly. I saw Cecilia and Mahila turn to look at me in confusion. Maligaro's? Malicious hunger? Mahila asked in confusion. Is that what its name means? I replied with a smirk. It's the old tongue, no one speaks it anymore, Mahila said as she narrowed her eyes. You are looking at the architect of some of the horrors that the Eternal Mother's hive produced, I said as I gazed at the frozen Maligaros. It's a flesh crafter, Mahila asked in surprise, her eyes widened as if realizing something. The Eternal Mother's hive was far more adaptable than the other hives of the firstborn. We thought it was just her skill, but if she had an assistant to help her with that, then it made sense. Mahila muttered in response. I thought you didn't fight the firstborn, I asked. There was a lot of time to discuss after the fact. I don't think you understand, before the firstborn fell they were like a force of nature in the world. Most thought they would always be there and their existence was like gravity. It would always be there no matter what, and then one day they were gone. Their end was hotly debated, celebrated and romanticized after their fall, Mahila replied with a shrug. It makes sense, that was probably the most significant event in the history of this world. Cecilia added as she shifted her gaze back to Maligaro's. Can you control this one? Cecilia asked. Yes, I didn't modify the Eternal Mother's control signal. I basically inherited it, and from what I can tell, though powerful, this one doesn't have much combat potential. By the way, it might go a little berserk at first. I will need to reconnect it. Shouldn't take long. Try not to kill it, I said as I approached the stasis chamber. How long exactly? Mahila asked as she drew her other sword. No idea, I said as I nodded at Cecilia, who was reaching for the control pedestal in front of the stasis chamber. She had a barrier up in front of her just in case, but I could tell she was nervous about this. Relax, I can take him. If things look iffy, just retreat. Behind me, I said, and Cecilia flashed me a grateful smile as she activated the pedestal. I saw the wards around the chamber fade, the blue swirling runes began to go out, and layer by layer the magic barrier faded away. I saw the creature's eyes dart around for a moment, then it started to scream and thrash. I immediately tried to connect it to the hive mind. It was surprisingly easy, and in an instant I was in. But just as I made the connection, I saw Mahila leap forward and drive her knee into the creature's chin. The creature toppled over backwards from the force. I winced as I saw multiple torn muscles and ligaments on the creature's neck. I have it, I said, and Mahila backed off. I felt the creature's mind scan the hive mind, and it slowly started to get its bearings. Apologies, my king, the creature said as it calmly righted itself. Maligaros, the weaver of flesh. I believe that was your title. Speak out loud for the other two, I said, and Maligaros calmly nodded in response. The mother, she is dead? Maligaros asked, its one large eye staring at me intently. Yes, perhaps this will make things clearer, I replied as I sent him the memories through the hive mind. Just from the connection, I could tell Maligaros was extremely intelligent and also quite individualistic. But I suppose individualism was needed for complex problem solving. So it seems the Eternal Mother is lost, as are the other gods unnamed, Maligaros replied, and I sensed sorrow from his mind. Gods unnamed? Cecilia asked in confusion. The firstborn were not called the old gods when they were still around. Amongst themselves they were called the firstborn. The rest of us called them firstborn privately and the gods unnamed in public, Mahila explained. The firstborn came before names. Names are given by those of whom you share an intimate relationship with or your superior. The firstborn didn't have relationships and none were their superior, I said, and Cecilia nodded in understanding. Is that why you never wanted a name? Cecilia asked curiously. Not really. I just felt I never needed one. I suppose that was the same situation for the other firstborn. Perhaps it's something to do with the way my mind works, I replied with a shrug. Perhaps. No one has ever got the chance to speak to a firstborn like this, Mahila said, and I saw Maligaro's large eye shift to look at her. I could sense the slight confusion in his mind. No doubt this was very different as compared to what he was used to. You can give me one if you want. I suppose calling me friend all the time is a little annoying, I said to Cecilia, and I could sense Maligaro's fidget in response. Really? But I don't know what would be a good name, Cecilia stammered in response, clearly taken aback. Well, I guess you could think about it and let me know if you find something, I replied with a shrug, and I turned to look at Maligaros. A question, my king. It is obvious you give these lesser creatures more credit than they are due. Why is that? Maligaros said calmly. This was slightly surprising considering Mahila, who was the lesser creature, just introduced her knee to his chin with enough force to topple him over. Because of this, I said as I transmitted my rudimentary plans for utilizing Fosy crystals in the hive. What is this? Maligaros said as his eyes widened. I could already sense the numerous implications running through his mind. These are early stage plans, but the potential. Where did you come across the knowledge on these Fosy crystals? Maligaros asked as he leaned in almost hungrily. I calmly gestured to Mahila, who took out one of her Fosy blades and ignited it. Maligaros turned to look at it in fascination. You say I give them too much credit. I say you do not give them enough credit. Do not forget, Maligaros, these lesser creatures killed your master, I said, and Maligaros averted his gaze for a moment, his thoughts racing the hive mind. It is as you say, my king. Maligaros admitted, although I could sense it was a rather reluctant admission. Tell me, Maligaros, is underestimating your opponents wise? I asked, and Maligaros shook his head. Then what about underestimating the very opponents that beat you? I asked softly, and Maligaros remained silent as I felt his mind seemingly shrink in fear. He could sense I was annoyed at this show of stupidity. I honestly hated this mindset. It was stupid in the extreme. You do not underestimate the people who beat the living shit out of you in the past. I can sense your arrogance, it bleeds from your mind like pus from a wound. I worked very hard to beat this mindset out of everyone else in the hive. I will beat it out of you if I have to, I said, and Maligaros lowered his head in apology. Then I heard Legionnaire chime in from the hive mind. The humanoids are weak individually, but there are exceptions. But what is even more dangerous is when they are coordinated. As a group, humanoids are not to be underestimated. Exactly, I said, and Maligaros nodded silently. I can sense you feel all other life should exalt the firstborn and know their place. But in truth, that place is not given, it is taken. The other firstborn had their place taken, so what will we do? I asked, and Maligaros shifted his gaze to me. We will take it back and remind them. I am the hand of God. You are the truth they forgot. Chapter 108, Legacy of the Ancients. I watched as Maligaros prepared to drop the wards on one of the stasis chambers. The idea was that I wanted for him to show me how well he could control the beasts. At first contact, I could immediately tell that Maligaros had a much more dominating presence within the hive mind as compared to others. That wasn't to say he was more powerful. In fact, Legionnaire had greater sway in the hive mind. He was actually around the same level of the hierarchy as Nafas, the leader of the ground forces, and Azatharine, the leader of the air forces. This was surprising to me at first, considering I expected for him to be on the same level of Legionnaire, but after some examination I figured out why. The Eternal Mother probably never gave anything as much autonomy as I gave Legionnaire. I allowed Legionnaire to make her own decisions and only consult me when she felt it was necessary. In the past, I compared my control of the hive to a leash, like how one would leash a dog. But from what I can tell, the Eternal Mother didn't use leashes, she used shackles. Obey. I heard Maligaros' command in the hive mind, and the beast that was just released fell to the ground and lowered its head into the floor. I could sense fear radiating from the creature into the hive mind. In fact, the other queens and other members all seemingly froze in surprise. Yeah, you could say this was quite different as compared to what they were used to. While for me, usually I just tug on the leash hard and that was enough to keep the members in line. But for Maligaros, it was more like he dragged the creature to the ground with the shackles and started beating it into submission with a stick. The beast in question wasn't some small mewling creature, it was stronger than a praetorian. It was easily stronger than any of my ground forces in terms of combat power. I suspect only my best adjutants would even have a chance against it. It was this 4-meter-tall creature. This height was surprising considering it was on all fours. Well, kind of on all fours. It had 4 large muscular arms and the same centipede-like tail that all the members of the Eternal Mother's hive had. Just by looking at it, I could tell the Eternal Mother and I had very different design philosophies. My designs were rarely specialized. I usually incorporated some elements of modular design for flexibility. But from what I can tell, the Eternal Mother's creations were all highly specialized. Perhaps it was due to the difference of opponents they faced. As it stands, I can still get away with flexibility. I suppose that wasn't an option against the caliber of opponents in the old world. A good clear example of this was the beast in front of me. Its arms were large muscular things tipped with razor-sharp claws. The forearms were clearly so that it could move while attacking. The lower arms helped it move while the upper arms struck. It was also easier to grapple with forearms. Judging by its heavy frontal armor, my best guess was that it was a brawler. Other than the arms, there were these large blades attached to these scorpion tail-like appendages on its back. This creature was obviously designed as a heavy shock unit. I could imagine these things barreling into a formation of soldiers and just carving wide gashes into the lines. Do the rest, I said calmly, and Maligaros obeyed as he began triggering the other stasis chambers. Each command sent into the hive mind felt like a hammer striking down onto those below. The level of malice and callous brutality was something that was beyond both me and Cecilia. I thought we were brutal, but if this was the Eternal Mother's right hand, I wonder what she herself was like. Her memories were like videos. I couldn't feel the emotions that colored those memories. but I'm starting to get an idea. Especially as I started to examine his creature designs. I think I'll use shackles for Maligaros just to be safe. You seem troubled, friend. Cecilia said as she looked at me in concern. That guy is something else. I'm starting to think the angels probably had a good reason to wipe out the firstborn. I replied and Mahila gave me a knowing look. You have no idea how different you are from the firstborn. I didn't fight them, but I was alive towards the end of their existence, and the stories back then were quite accurate since it was rather recent history. Mahila said. I assume that's a comforting thought for you. I asked dryly as I gave Mahila a look, and she let out a sigh in a response. Again. You have no idea. Mahila replied with a shake of her head. Well, let's see how this goes. He's definitely useful. If the angels want to pick a fight, he's going to help make their lives a living hell. I said, and Cecilia gave me a look before turning back to Maligaros, who was a distance away continuing to open up the chambers. I assume he has some interesting design templates. Cecilia asked, the caution clear in her voice. Interesting is one way to describe it. I muttered in response. Then how would you describe it? Cecilia asked as she raised an eyebrow. Tell me, Mahila, are you familiar with necrophages? I asked, and Mahila's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing. Yes. Why? Mahila asked warily. That was his idea. How would you describe it? I asked. Mahila's mouth fell open and her eyes widened into saucers. Nightmarish. Mahila replied as she glared at Maligaros. Necrophages? Cecilia asked. They were creations formed from the necrophage parasite. Maligaros laced all the hive members with the parasite, so when a target is killed, their body is controlled by the parasite. It converts the body into a rudimentary infantry unit. Hives need to drag the bodies back after the battle to reassimilate them. By doing this, you essentially get a group of weak soldiers that augment your forces. Even if they fall in battle, you can drag them back. Underground anyway. I said, and Mahila fidgeted for a moment. It's not just that, its main utility is that of a terror weapon. The necrophage parasite changes the body, but it keeps the face and vocal cords so that it could scream and cry in its original voice. It's designed to terrify and traumatize, sapping the fighting will of the opponent. Babies and children were turned into acid bombs, women had their ribs turned into projectiles, and men's stronger arms were turned into blades. Mahila said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Those that survived an encounter often lose a piece of themselves. Some go berserk, others become hollow shells. The ones that go berserk were often killed due to recklessness, but the hollow shells were called the haunted afterwards. It shaped the culture of every civilization that faced it. We must never use it. If we do, every civilization will turn against us and it will paint a giant target on our back. The angels and demons hate the necrophages with a passion. Since they were the main instigators of the fall, they got the worst of it. Mahila said. There is an old parable that says to fear what both heaven and hell hates. I suppose this qualifies. Cecilia said with a sigh as she scratched the back of her head. I suppose it does. But I can't use it anyway. I can't exactly let the angel know that I have connections to the Eternal Mother. There were rogue hives. I think masquerading as one would be good. I said, and Mahila nodded. Many hives hid during the fall of the firstborn. The hives of the firstborn were giving everyone so much pain that most were killed on sight. Mahila replied with another nod. There is an alternative, my king. Maligaros said as he approached after finishing with all the chambers. And that is? I asked as I sensed the unease dripping from Mahila at his presence. It was actually more than just simple unease, it was more of a visceral disgust. But after I scanned his memories. Well, let's just say the disgust was earned. The Eternal Mother had 3 failed experiments that contributed to the rogue hives. They were the early prototypes, what was known as the vanguard broods. As you know, the hive mind have a limited range, additional steps are needed to maintain extremely long-range operations. These vanguard broods were autonomous, able to exist outside of the hive mind's influence. But the early prototypes rebelled, one even fought against the Eternal Mother. The traitor brood was known as Hive Brood Frataris. The brood was eventually destroyed by the forces of the Eternal Mother. Past intelligence indicates that the humanoids do not know much about this, only that there was a rebel rogue brood. You might be able to stand in as Hive Brood Frataris. Hive Brood Frataris was arguably the first ever to rebel against the firstborn to a reasonable degree of success. Maligaro said. I think I've heard about that. The supposed Hive wave against Zarama was delayed because of it. It bought us decades of time to prepare. Mahila said as she cupped her chin. Frataris. That means sibling if I am not mistaken. Cecilia asked as she tried to remember the old tongue. Yes, sibling to Hive brood mother. It was supposed to be a sibling-like entity that answers to the Eternal Mother since both hives came from the Eternal Mother. Maligaros replied. Let me guess, too much independence and intelligence led to rebellion? I asked and Maligaros nodded in response. Well, that certainly is an option for my little cover story. The first ever rebel. Sounds good honestly as far as the angels are concerned. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. I muttered in response. But will they see you as a threat? The old hive broods were very powerful, and if your supposed lineage was one that managed to break free from the Eternal Mother's control, then you are not something to be trifled with. Cecilia countered. She made a good point. If I am so dangerous, then they might kill me anyway to be safe. I doubt so. The angels do not have the luxury to fight a costly war now. They just might leave you alone for now. Mahila replied. And what exactly is tying them down? I asked as I turned to look at Mahila, who sighed in response. It's a long story. I'll tell you everything when we get back. We'll be here a long time if I start doing this now. Mahila replied. I don't see any indication that she was lying. As far as I can tell, she sincerely was going to tell me the truth. Well, I guess this counts as one final trust test. Alright. Is everything done over here? I asked as I looked at Maligaros, who nodded. It may be beneficial to consume some of these stronger specimens to gain power. Their numbers are too few for any significant strategic benefit. If what the minions currently used is sufficient for strategic needs, such powerful minions may not be necessary at this time. Maligaros said as he shifted his gaze to the small ensemble of minions. He did have a point, and honestly I can't use them as they are anyway. I will need to change their bodies since it's painfully obvious that they were part of the Eternal Mother's hive just from their appearance. I think it might be better to hold off for now. Cecilia said, and I turned to look at her. I sensed a twinge of annoyance from Maligaros, and I shot him a look as my displeasure leaked out into the hive mind. He instantly shrank back and bowed in apology. Cecilia gave the two of us a funny look as I heard Legiona chastising Maligaros in the hive mind. It's nothing, I'll fix it later. I said as I shot Maligaros a look. He flinched in response, and I felt a thrill of fear radiate from his mind. I am sure you will, friend. As for why I think you should hold off for now, there is still another vault for us to inspect. I think we should take inventory before we decide how to utilize our resources. Cecilia said, and I nodded in response. Makes sense. I replied. Cecilia was right. It was only prudent to have everything on the table before you decide how to use your resources. I suppose this advice coming from her wasn't that surprising. As an empress, she spends half her time managing how to allocate her resources. Alright, let's do that. We should get ready to move. I think we'll take the underground route since I want to bring Maligaros along. Since he's here, might as well get his input on what we find. I said. Very well, shall we go? Cecilia asked, and I nodded as we headed out. As soon as we exited the vault, I saw this hole appear in the sand in front of us. I saw Cecilia approach the hole and about to step in when I heard this rumbling from behind me. I turned to see the vault door seal itself, and the illusion flickered back to life. Gotta love the security of this place. The last one did the same thing too. Once the bearer of the key gets too far from the entrance, the vault reseals itself and the wards reactivate. I headed down the hole and I saw Cecilia entering a carriage with Mahila following after her. Carrying her and flying was one thing, especially since it was so much faster. But making her walk in this dark and dank underground tunnel was a bit much, so I had this little arrangement done just in case. Now then, it would probably be best if I did a cursory examination of the giant database of genomes that Maligaros gave me. I can't seem to assimilate these genomes. It might be because this is just the information and not the essence. Well, I could always just ask. Yo, disembodied voice in my head, why can't I assimilate these abilities? I asked in the hive mind. Certain abilities are able to be assimilated, but additional ether is required for assimilation. This can be circumvented by sacrificing current power to assimilate immediately. Other abilities and genomes are currently unusable due to insufficient core evolution level. So I just need ether or essence to assimilate some of them? I asked. Affirmative. Would you like to assimilate available genomes? No, I think not for now. I assume if I eat something powerful and I choose to assimilate additional abilities, it would slow my growth since some of the energy is being used for the assimilation instead of growing the core evolution. I asked. Affirmative. Current situation grants increased strategic flexibility. Raw power can be delayed for immediate flexibility. Now that was interesting. I guess I kind of have an expanded skill tree. I can choose to get abilities or work towards a higher core evolution level, which will in turn unlock other abilities. As I scanned the various genomes and abilities, I saw some of the ones available now required a lot of power to assimilate. Some genomes only had specific abilities that are available, while others are available for complete assimilation. Still, some of these sounded really cool, but the list was so long. There's this one that looks interesting: Azurite Death Fog Basilisk. What the hell is Death Fog? I asked. Death Fog is an area gas attack that applies greater Necro's Curse v Petrification X and Unstable Infusion to petrified targets. Unstable Infusion causes petrified targets to explode after a time, spreading more Death Fog. Okay. That's some weapon of mass destruction stuff. I can put the Death Fog into projectiles and launch them into cities and just kill everyone. If that isn't an indiscriminate weapon, I don't know what is. There's still a lot more interesting sounding genomes. Wrath Ring Bloodletter. Is that demon? Isn't the Wrath Ring that demonic place in hell filled with angry raging demons? There's even more here. Archanhydra Elder Phase. Progenitor Solari Phoenix. Cryo Phoenix. Thunder Phoenix. Sunlight Thunder Gale Dragon. Dracovian Sandworm. Umbra Shadow White. Hang on, there's some humanoids in here. Ravenborn. Fireborn. Azurborn. Lightborn. Borlin. Piglin. Alvin Ancient. High Elf. Elder Fawning. Fawning. Endurlit. Endurlit Demon. Lesser Demon. Etherlit. Etherlit Seraphin. Lesser Seraphin. Hang on, based on these names, am I looking at the progenitor genomes of the angels and demons? What else is there? Oh, wait a minute, is this what I think it is? Watcher. Watcher. Like the Watchers. The original humanoids? Shit. I mean, I'm not even close to assimilating it. The power requirement was huge, but still, I have the original humanoid template. It looks complete. Many of the humanoids were really depressed about their species' regression. What if I could undo it? Now that was something that many would take. I could ascend the loyal. I could also make some subtle adjustments to reduce the chances of betrayal. The original plan was to do my personal improvements on them, but that was kind of a hard sell. But now I could give them their historical strength, and then I can sell the other stuff. Think of it as a salesman getting his foot in the door first. I might even be able to get demon and angel defectors with this. I really need to look through all of this. This will take days. Literally. Hang on, I just realized something. Didn't all the past genomes have some weird names? Like the horse was called Ix. Why were all of these in simple language? Hey, disembodied voice, what's with the simple names? I asked. Names are based on the name identification keyed into each genome. Name identification keyed into each genome. Who keyed these in? I asked as I started to feel something was off. Perhaps it was from those afterlife bureaucrats. Or was it something else? Regardless, the answer that came didn't make me feel any better. Unknown. Information is labeled as redacted. Chapter 109, full of surprises. As I looked at the vault door, I was quite happy. It was a rather impressive construction. This one was obviously the most secure of the vaults so far. It was also the most out of the way, right next to the mouth of the primordial font. Even though I just took a cursory glance at the font, I could tell that place was different from everything else so far. I made sure to keep a distance so I couldn't see it that clearly, but the terrain was odd to say the least. Our next stop was certainly going to be interesting. Luckily for us, Mahila has some special items that can protect Cecilia from all that raging ether. The air in that basin looks like a miasma of ether. The terrain was warped with large glowing crystals growing out of the ground like barnacles. These crystals seemed to change to every color of the rainbow with each passing moment. They were very beautiful but obviously quite dangerous, especially considering all the ether lightning that would streak out from it occasionally. Deadly beauty would be a good way to describe that place. There were bright red mushrooms the size of houses, strange trees blooming brightly colored flowers. Even some of the creatures I spotted were multicolored. The colors in that place were all so striking, with cyan, magenta, burgundy and bright orange being common. That place was most definitely dangerous for your average denizen of this world. In fact, in the gap between the mountains I spotted abandoned fortifications. I heard the high elves used to guard the primordial font, but it looks like they have at the very least abandoned this side of the font. Not surprising, honestly, judging by what I saw. Most couldn't enter the area around the font anyway. As to those who were able to enter, I doubt the high elves could stop them anyway. I heard their power has been decaying for a long time. They were now probably just a shadow of their former selves. That was something I could fix, of course, but they had to be willing to take my offer. But the Empire and its lands come first. I'll get to them when the time was right. The Grand Collection. Mahila muttered as she looked up at the words carved into the top of the vault door. Security here seems rather substantial, Cecilia added as she looked around the wide corridor. However, calling this a corridor wouldn't exactly be accurate. It was large enough to be a hall. You could host a banquet here judging by how large it was. Instead of 2 lines of golems, it was instead 100 of the golems in neat formation. Their stoic forms standing their silent vigil for who knows how long. Perhaps this place holds something even more precious than the past vault, Mahila suggested as she cupped her chin. More precious than and dangerous than the right hand of the Eternal Mother? I find that hard to believe. How would they even contain something like that? Cecilia replied as she furrowed her brow at the massive vault door. It isn't more precious, I said calmly as I shifted my gaze to Maligaros, who nodded. They simply did not know what I was when they captured me. When the Eternal Mother fell, samples of her hive were captured by the first cult. They took us away and contained us. As far as they were concerned, I was just an odd specimen, Maligaros said, sounding slightly disgruntled. If that wasn't wounded pride, I don't know what is. Especially considering the massive database of genomes he had. Maligaros had good reason to be proud. Finding out who he was made even Mahila balk. I've seen his memories. Entire cities were slaughtered under his ruthless command. He spurred the hive on like a tide. His opponents often only survived because he let them win. The Eternal Mother on those occasions sometimes only wanted to prod the humanoids because she felt they were getting too comfortable, or sometimes she was just bored. A fickle and cruel reason for a destructive war, but to the firstborn the humanoids were no different from insects. The fact that you don't have much combat ability probably only devalued you further in your captor's eyes, I said, and Maligaros nodded stiffly, clearly still frustrated by this fact. You were undervalued, your potential squandered. I will not make that same mistake. But you should know there is power beyond the ability to wage war. War is a powerful tool, but only one tool of many, I said as I fed a little bit of my long-term plan to him through the hive mind. I don't disseminate this information lightly. It's not that I don't trust my underlings, it's that they lack lateral thinking. They were rather one-dimensional in their mindsets. So giving too much complex and nuanced information would more likely confuse them rather than help them. Direct orders were far more effective as far as I can tell. A cunning strategy, Maligaros said as he internalized my little plan. It began as her idea, we just improved it together, I said as I shifted my gaze to Cecilia, who looked at me in confusion. The dependency strategy, the one that makes it so that if me or you were removed, the civilization collapses, I said, and Cecilia nodded in understanding. Is that so? Maligaros muttered as he shifted his one large eye towards Cecilia, who just raised a brow in response. There is much to learn, it seems, Maligaros admitted, and I felt his attitude towards humanoids change slightly. It still wasn't favorable, but at least it wasn't complete disdain. Currently it was more like looking at a new tool and wondering about its possible applications. But his mindset could still use some tweaking, it was still too short-sighted. Now then, let's see what this vault has stocked up, I said eagerly as I held out the totem and the massive door glowed. I watched as before the concentric rings began to turn. I could hear the groaning and clicking of the internal mechanism echoing out from the door. The blue runes spun, some going clockwise for a moment, then anti-clockwise. Others did the reverse, and others just spun in one direction. The most fascinating thing about this vault door was that there was actually a mural carved in the door. As each ring clicked into the place, it slowly revealed the complete picture. The mural showed a simple image done in intricate detail. A single maw filled with fangs devouring a city. At last the final ring clicked into place and I saw words appear on the stone in glowing blue letters. The language was Old Dracovis. I could understand it thanks to my stolen memories, but judging by what I sensed from Cecilia, she had no idea what it said. So for her benefit I decided to read it out for her. We are defeated but unbroken. We are the righteous hand of God. Within is our final gift to the returning God unnamed. To the victor the spoils. Rather dramatic, don't you think? Referencing defeat in the first line but victory in the last. Cecilia commented as the door slowly slid down into the floor. It sounds better in Dracovis. Still, one must give credit to their spirit. They lost in the first line but they have won in the end. Or so they believe anyway. I said as the door finally finished opening. It's a hope. When my people realized that we were about to be relegated to decay and stagnation by the angels, some accepted it. But some did not. There was a war with the angels over it. We lost naturally, but that just turned hope for freedom into roiling hatred. Eventually, when the resistance groups were almost broken, many flocked to the syndicate. The angels in their infinite hubris managed to push all the scattered resistance cells right into the arms of the syndicate. This story replayed itself again and again in every civilization. Most were not heirs of the firstborn, but they had their uses. So thus the first cult merged with the syndicate, and that is how there are syndicate branches in every major city. Maligaro said with a sigh. Most think the syndicate presence is due to the syndicate's abilities, but in truth these civilizations were sold out by their own people. Maligaro said as I felt her vitals twinge in annoyance. I suppose that serves their purpose well. But on that note, the syndicate hasn't revealed themselves to us yet. Why is that? There is most definitely a branch in Everlin. With so much going on in Elysia, there has to be a branch there. I said as I shifted my gaze to Maligaro. There is a branch. I met them before I showed up in your room. Maligaro replied. I assume they are friendly? Cecilia asked cautiously as she turned her gaze to Maligaro. For now. Maligaro muttered in response. Yes, obviously for now. Allies turn to enemies and enemies turn to allies. That's just the way it works when interests coincide in conflict. I replied dryly as I gave Maligaro a look and basically told her nonverbally to elaborate. Like I said before, it's a long story and honestly I need a glass of wine in hand to get through it all. So I'll just say this, pretty much everyone wants heaven to fall. The demons, the syndicate, you two, me and my old compatriots, even some of the normal humanoid factions hate heaven. That part isn't the problem. The problem is. Maligaro said, but Cecilia cut her off. The vision of the world after. Cecilia said calmly. Exactly. Maligaro replied with a nod. So what do you think the two of us are going to do after the fall? I asked as Maligaro scratched the back of her head in visible frustration. I don't know, you are unlike anything I have ever seen. You read romance novels. Maligaro said as she gave me a really confused look. Some of them are quite good, you know. I replied and I saw Maligara's eyebrow twitch in response. That's not the point. Maligaro snapped in response. You can't even breed, why are you reading romance novels? Maligaro asked in exasperation. Well, it was partly because I used to be human, but I can't exactly say that. But honestly, I was just interested because apparently this breeding thing was something I was supposed to be interested in eventually in my past life. But of course I ended up freezing to death, so that whole thing was moot now. In essence, I was just curious, especially after the Beatrice Aaron incident. It's so weird to me how humans behave when they want to procreate. So many strange rituals, but still it was entertaining to observe and learn about. It's interesting. Besides, it looks like all of you humanoids are rather obsessed with this kind of stuff, especially the females. So it would be a good idea to know what's going on. Plus those novels are so filled with stupidity it's basically half comedy. I replied with a shrug and Maligaro shook her head in mild disbelief. We stood in silence for a moment and I saw Cecilia subtly roll her eyes at Mahala's confusion. I think that's enough idle conversation, should we head in? Cecilia asked nonchalantly, deciding it might be better to get on with it. I nodded in response and we began entering the vault. To be fair, this was the first opportunity we had to talk about the more secretive things with Maligaro. In the past she wasn't allowed into the black box, so we couldn't exactly talk about most of the more secretive things. To be fair, she never showed much inclination to talk before this either. I guess with that romance novel comment, she must have been watching us to decide if she wanted to open up and truly join our side. With that, we decided to head in. The first thing I noticed was that the vault was not one single vault. The door revealed another corridor with 2 rooms at each side of the corridor, and at the end of the corridor was another large door with additional enchantments. So 4 smaller rooms and 1 larger fortified one. Cecilia mused as she looked at the layout of the corridor. Shall we check out the smaller rooms first? Leave the big vaults for last? I asked, and Cecilia nodded. All of us decided to take the first room on the right, and what we saw was rather boring, honestly. Gold, gold, more gold, even more gold, gems and Rahanum crowns. I remarked as I looked around the room. This was a lot of money, but to me it was just a bunch of shiny metal. You know, friend, we can actually loan some of this out. Cecilia muttered as she looked around the room. Loan? I'm not that familiar with human commerce, I said as I turned to look at her. Basically, we can lend money to individuals and organizations to further our empire's development. Or alternatively, we can lend it to other nations. Cecilia explained. So we give them money and they have to give it back to us. But what if they don't give it back? I asked. Honestly, it just made more sense to just build the things ourselves and rent it out. Well, for the local plan, it means we can do a more hands-off approach. The people occasionally have some good ideas, and letting development occur naturally can cause individuals of talent to appear. As for the other nations, if they don't give it back, we can just go and take it back. Cecilia said as she flashed me a smile. I suppose spitting on goodwill can give us justification for war. Although it is unlikely they won't pay given the circumstances. They know they can't win, so they will keep paying, I said, and Cecilia got this glint in her eye once I said that. Exactly, so they will pay themselves into ruin. All we need to do is lend money to a region with a corrupt government. Plenty of them in Zarima and Eastern Voloria. The country goes to ruin and we go in to save the day, Cecilia said, and I turned my gaze to Mahila. You have a problem with this plan? I asked, and she shook her head. My people to the west are tortured by corruption regardless. If the end result is liberation, I can have no complaints. My culture is but a pale shadow of what it once was. My hometown is a ruin. If some chaos is what it takes to rebuild the glory of the ancients, then that's fine with me, Mahila replied. I always wondered what your moral line was. I mused as I looked at her. The line is, I don't like needless cruelty. Sometimes bloodshed is inevitable, but if there must be blood, it must be for a good reason, Mahila replied with a sigh. History has a tendency to repeat. Civilizations rise, they reach the precipice of a golden age and then wither, decay and die. That is the natural order of things. The real question is if something better rises from the ashes. I would like to avoid another Trallis usurper house situation, where what comes after is worse than what came before, Mahila said. Well, I don't think we need to get to the point where we need to rebuild from nothing. With the upcoming summit, we'll see how easily we can make them bend, I said, and Mahila nodded. I sensed her stress levels drop. You know, I do admire some of the things you humanoids can make. I also enjoy the company of some of you, I mused as I turned away from the pile of treasures and headed out with the rest. Which is the most surprising part of this whole situation, believe me, Mahila replied dryly as she followed along. More surprising than a firstborn re-emerging. More surprising than 2 firstborn re-emerging, actually, Mahila muttered as I shifted my gaze to her as we approached the next room. That bad? Well, I'm full of surprises. Just like you humanoids, I said as I scanned the room. This room was a library filled with scrolls and books. I magiced a particularly large scroll out of one hit shelves and unfurled in front of me. What I saw just gave me more reason to preserve the humanoids. They truly are ingenious. What I held in my hand was the blueprints for a spell cannon. One of the old technologies that the angels confiscated because it had significant potential anti-air applications. Point enough of these things into the air and the sky becomes a death trap. It's basically a machine that can fire a predetermined ritual level spell by powering it with ether crystals. Technology, art, magical techniques. The sheer pressure of their weakness and the benefits of their intelligence leads to some extremely interesting ideas. Yeah, definitely full of surprises. Chapter 110, No Fun. As I scanned this library, the first thing that drew my eye was this massive book at the end of the room on this fancy gold pedestal. It was a really large book. It was about as big as Cecilia's torso and it looked damaged. As I approached it, I noticed it looked like it was missing parts of it. This must be a really valuable book if it holds the place of honor here even in its damaged state. Once I got a good look at the cover, I realized why. The title of the book honestly got me really excited, but said excitement quickly waned when I realized the book was missing a good portion of its later pages. The spine was limp, and from what I can tell it was missing at least a quarter of the later pages. The title was simply The Creation of Grahanum Crowns. Rather simple title, to the point and direct. But judging from the state of the book, I won't be figuring out how to create Grahanum crowns. Still, it shouldn't be completely useless. If not, the creators of this vault wouldn't have put this here in the first place. When I opened the text, the first thing I checked was the index. As I scanned the listed chapters of this absurdly large and thick book, one realized why they still kept it. Grahanum crowns was not some simple contraption. It relied on the synthesis of this material called the mirror of blackest glass. This was the black glass-like material in the center of the Grahanum crown, and as far as I can tell, that was where the essence was stored. Most of the earlier chapters were just dedicated to the creation of this material. I flipped to the first chapter and saw that the words were dense and tiny. I definitely wouldn't be able to read it now. There was just too much, so I decided to put it aside for now. I moved on to the nearby shelf and took out a random blueprint. I gazed at the blueprint in my hand and saw that it was dwarven in origin. It wasn't a blueprint for a machine or some kind of contraption. It was instead a blueprint for a type of enchantment. It showed an ether script and how to inlay it into mithril. It was a cursed blackfire enchantment, far more potent and also far more complex to inscribe than your average enchantment. This was also coincidentally quite effective against angels. There was a bit of a common theme here. Most of the stuff here seems to have some level of anti-angel application. Offensive spells and enchantments that are effective against angels. Defensive spells and enchantments that are effective against angels. Special contraptions that are effective against angels. We read and read, looking through as much of it as we could for the next hour. Oh, I found the rune engraver, Cecilia said, and I turned to see her looking at me as she held a scroll. The angels are insidious with their lies. They sold the lie that the old enchanters could just do the enchantments without many additional tools like the way the current enchanters do it. It throttles progress because everyone is going about it the wrong way. Mahila muttered in response as she flipped one of the books. Anything interesting in that book? I asked, and Mahila nodded. It's a book of alloys. These offer a cheaper alternative to heavily enchanted mithril, and there are some with civilian applications as well. There's a metal here known as virodnite. It's lighter than wood but slightly stronger than steel. It says here it's commonly used in applications like wagons and other transportation. Mahila said as she flipped the page. Shouldn't you know all of this? You've been around for so long after all. I asked curiously. I'm a swordsman, not an artificer. I mostly just know about the combat-relevant materials. Mahila replied as she shot a look up at me through the corner of her eye. Aren't artificers the ones that make magical artifacts? I asked. These are considered magical artifacts because those wagons were usually enchanted back then. If it was just a normal wagon, then you would just hire a wagon maker. Mahila replied. Fair enough, I said with a shrug as we continued to peruse the collection of texts. This is useful, but I don't think we can use this on our own. Cecilia muttered. What is it? I asked as I moved over to her. I looked down and understood what she was talking about. In her hand was a scroll that showed the blueprints for a magical construct, similar to the golems outside. I assume your smiths and artificers can't make this? I asked dryly, and Cecilia gave me an amused look in response. Not in the next 10 years at least. That is also if they did nothing but study this blueprint. The dwarves would have more luck on this. We don't have any decent rune crafters either. We can probably do the enchantments, but the engravings and the constructions are beyond their abilities. Cecilia replied with a sigh as she rolled up the scroll. I suppose the dwarves just got more important. Mahila added as she put the book she was reading back on the shelf. Yes, well, much of what is here can be put on the table as enticement, Cecilia said as she took out her storage cube. How much stuff can you put in there? It's taken in quite a bit by now. I asked as Cecilia channeled power into the storage cube and all the shelves disappeared. It's almost full actually. That's why I brought a spare. Cecilia replied as she pocketed the one she was holding and took out another one. It's a clever little thing you know. Mahila said as she walked over and looked at the cube. It's mimicking dimensional magic through a clever workaround. But then again, small storage spaces are easy enough to construct if you know how. Mahila said. Well, this one needs to be recharged. Unlike yours, if it runs out of power the pocket dimension will collapse and all the items will be lost. Cecilia said as she pocketed the cube. Well, if mine gets destroyed all my items are lost too. That's why most only store what is needed in them. We rarely put our entire fortunes in it. Mahila replied as we turned around and headed out of the room. The next vault was rather boring, same as the first vault, nothing but gold and other valuables. The vault after that was actually an armory. That wasn't that interesting either to me for obvious reasons. Cecilia was also not that excited considering she was a mage, she just ended up looking around a bit. Mahila on the other hand began taking the weapons off the ornate shelves and started examining them with great interest. Well, she was a warrior so this reaction was to be expected. Cecilia on the other hand was just looking at the ones that looked the most artistic. I watched as she reached for this short mage's staff. It was quite pretty, it was red and gold, the colors of her house. Every piece of equipment in this room from the weapons to the trinkets were all heavily enchanted. So this staff was no exception. It was red with gold intricate accents and engravings that depicted dragons. It was about as long as an arm so rather short for a staff. At the head of the staff was a small pale gold statue of a phoenix that was spreading its wings. Good eye, that's a good piece. Mahila said as she walked over a fancy greatsword in hand. What's with the gold phoenix? I thought phoenixes didn't come in a gold color. I asked as I gazed at the statue. Perhaps it's just artistic license. Cecilia suggested but I saw Mahila shake her head. That's a progenitor Solari phoenix. Mahila said. Maligaro's had that genome in him. I replied as I looked at him. Indeed, the Solari phoenix has a powerful genome. They have a focus on fire-based and divine attacks. They possess deadly bombardment abilities that few can resist. Maligaro said with a nod. Huh? Cecilia said as she looked at the staff. You said you needed a royal scepter, right? You could use that one. We can just say I gave it to you, like I have a little stash in the black box or something. I suggested and Cecilia tilted her head as if pondering it. Yes, I think this will do nicely actually. It's a powerful staff so it works well with my mage abilities. Cecilia replied with a nod. That one favors fire magic, it's an ancient Zariman design. The old Zarimans worshipped the dragons but previously they also worshipped the Solari Phoenix. Its command over fire and light was undeniable to the Zarimans. Mahila explained. I suppose this will do well. Cecilia said as she tucked it into the belt she was wearing. I think I should store these weapons. I'm not sure if your cube can safely store some of these. They might just break your storage cube. Mahila said as she took her own. Which wasn't a cube, it was an ornate gold orb with swirling runes inscribed on it. See anything you like? I asked as I looked at Mahila who was holding this greatsword in her hands. Nothing in particular, although if we want to get some goodwill and secure the loyalty of your existing vassals we can give some of these out. This one looks like a good fit for the Lord Warden. Mahila said as she walked over with the greatsword. It's made by Jotuns, you can tell by the runes. Mahila said as she gestured to the runes on the blade that glowed with an icy blue hue. The black ice enchantment is effective against angels since it drains power and slows them down. Angels rely on their mobility so anything that slows them down is extremely effective as an impairment effect. Mahila said. Is it powerful? Cecilia asked as Mahila handed her the blade and Cecilia began examining it. Not particularly. It's a legendary piece of equipment by today's standards but in the grand scheme of things it would be a stretch to call it exceptional. Mahila replied and Cecilia nodded in understanding. Anything else here that looks interesting? Cecilia asked as she handed the greatsword back. Nothing in particular but I think we should take inventory. Before we decide who to give what. Mahila said as she took out her storage orb and transferred the greatsword into it. Sounds good. I replied and Mahila nodded before transferring the contents of the room into her storage orb. With that, the smaller rooms were settled and we moved on to the final room that was protected by yet another door. Judging from the last vault, this one probably contained something quite dangerous too. Mahila said as she scanned the door. Yeah, I guess so, hope the master key works. I replied as Cecilia held out the totem and the door began to unlock. It looks like it does. Wouldn't be much of a master key it didn't, Cecilia said as she put the totem back into her storage cube. What the door revealed wasn't as good as the vault that held Maligaro's, but it was still pretty good. Decent specimens. Maligaro's rumbled as we entered the vault. The vault was massive and filled with stasis chambers, even more than the one that held Maligaro's. There were all kinds of creatures in every shape and size. I looked over to my right and saw what looked to be a blue dragon that was frozen in place. Chronomancy is certainly useful. I mused as I looked at all these creatures seemingly frozen in place for who knows how long. Seems like they are taking no chances with this. Mahila muttered as she stood in front of the blue dragon. Her eyes were glued onto this contraption that was strapped to its chest. What's that? I asked as I looked at the strange machine. Release this one and find out. Mahila replied with a smirk. Won't it go crazy? What if it damages the other chambers and releases the other beasts? I asked as I looked at the myriad of other monsters held in this room. Don't worry about it. Mahila replied nonchalantly as she calmly tapped on the console in front of this particular stasis chamber. I was about to shoot forward and protect Cecilia when the stasis chamber just vanished instead of slowly unwinding like the one that held Maligaro's. The dragon let out a gurgle before collapsing on the ground dead. I examined the dragon and noticed something. With the stasis chamber now down, I could examine the dragon closely. Something about the stasis chamber interfered with my ability to read their physiology. I saw the contraption on the dragon's chest actually had a rod that was implanted into the chest of the dragon, and the rod ended right next to the heart. The vest will send a spell right into the chest cavity of the beast, instantly killing it. If the creators of this place expected you to fight, this room would be destroyed in no time. Mahila replied with a smirk. They must have left me and my brethren alive on the off chance that we would be able to be controlled by the new firstborn. Maligaro said as he gazed down at the very dead dragon. Well, that's rather convenient. Cecilia commented as she walked towards the corpse to take a closer look at the dragon with its shining azure scales. Yeah, real convenient. I muttered, slightly disgruntled as I felt the discontent in my heart. You seem disappointed, friend. Cecilia said as she gave me a curious look. It's just the they die without a fight thing. I grumbled as I poked the corpse with one of my hands, half wishing it would get back up. I mean, I was worried at first about Cecilia's safety. However, once the fact that every single one of these creatures are just going to drop dead like a sack of meat sank in, I couldn't help but start to feel really disappointed. Why? Well, it's simple. Where the hell is the fun in that? Chapter 111, Boring Progress. I looked down at the very dead dragon and let out a sigh. I gave it another poke and then looked around at the myriad of stasis chambers, all filled with lost opportunities. This bothers you more than I thought, Cecilia said curiously as she walked up onto the pedestal that held the dragon's corpse. The most fun I ever had in this world was a fight with a troll. I wasn't that strong then, and that was a nice fight. A real back and forth battle. I replied in a disgruntled murmur as I poked the corpse again. Still, that is an oddly specific thing. I wonder if this is something specific to you or all devourers? Mahila said as she gazed at me in curiosity. You never picked this up with the other firstborn? I asked, and Mahila just shrugged. The firstborn back then didn't have many equal opponents. If two of the firstborn started fighting, it would almost guarantee a third firstborn to appear and take the other two out when they were weak. Mahila replied. Makes sense. I like a good fight, but I won't die over it. I only take fights I think I can win, I said as I cupped my chin. Possible evolutionary adaptation. Excitement and pleasure when hunting worthy prey incentivizes such behavior. It also trims those who are less capable of strength assessment. Maligaros explained. I suppose that makes sense, Cecilia admitted as she pondered his words. This brought up an interesting point. I have come to realize there were two sides of myself. The human boy who still, despite the difficulties of life, who still held a shred of innocence. The other being the ravenous beast whose kind once bent a world to their will. They were gods, the land, the sea, life itself, it was all toys to be changed and played with until their interest waned. If all goes well, I would one day be more powerful than any other, the great beast will be ascendant. When that day comes, sometimes I wonder what will become of the boy that did his best in the slums. Already I could feel his influence waning. He was still there, calling out occasionally, taking pleasure and delight in the simplest of things. I remember sharing a soda or a slice of pizza with Lil Sis. We would often stand outside of shops peering at the TVs through the glass only to be chased away by the shop owners. Still, a few stolen moments of those shows was enough for the two of us. I remember I promised that one day we would own one and we could watch it together. How naive I was back then. I still feel his presence in my mind. He appears when I read some random story. When I listened to music played by Cecilia, her voice singing the lyrics as the music washed over me. The boy liked these things. He liked the little chats I have with Cecilia and her family. He liked the board games we would play, the jokes we would tell, the little bets we would make, and the little experiments we ran with magic. Though his influence wanes when he does appear, I couldn't help but follow his lead. It's funny to think about in a way, like a small kind boy leading an ancient beast along in the vast scape that was my mind. On the other hand, the great beast was a vast presence of cold pragmatism. Survival at any cost, consume, adapt and overcome. He emerges when I'm angry and I sense danger. I know he was perfectly fine with burning everything to the ground if it meant he would survive. Still, regardless, the two coexisted rather well. I think that's because they show up at different times. But there was still some overlap. I'm still inclined towards mercy and would rather not kill unnecessarily. So that means no killing for fun, but I don't mind killing if it gets me something. As I looked down at the corpse, I felt the two sides once again giving differing opinions. The boy said this was nice, it's low effort and free. Furthermore, less combat means Cecilia was safer. This was true obviously. When Mahila dropped the stasis chamber, I nearly panicked when I shot forward to screen Cecilia from any attacking. I was going to use my wings actually to form a shield for her. I built an emergency shield ability into my wings. It would ruin my wings and reduce my mobility for a time, but it was better than losing something or someone I want to protect. But the beast was angry that a good fight was taken from him. So that was why I was just disappointed. If the boy wasn't in there, I expect I would be far more upset. With that, I reached down and grabbed the vest on the dragon and ripped it off. I dumped it to the side and rolled it onto its back so I could get a better angle. This could take a while, I said as I looked at the stasis chambers around the room. It's fine, I'll just read. Plenty of books to get through, Cecilia said as she took out her storage cube and a book appeared in her hand. I think I'll do something like that too, Mahila replied as she took out her orb and a pair of chairs appeared. Mahila gestured to the chair and Cecilia took a seat with a grateful nod. I then watched as Mahila took out a sword from her orb and began to examine it. I will observe, Maligaro said simply as he seemingly sat down on the ground and gazed at me with an almost unnerving intensity. I did a quick search of his mind and found out why. Apparently he has never seen a firstborn grow in power before his eyes. Back then the firstborn had plateaued, their only worthy opponents other firstborn. Fighting each other was off the table, since a duel may end up with a third entry attempting to kill the duelists when they were weak. A pair of firstborn fighting wasn't exactly subtle, usually the entire world would find out before the fight was over. Enjoy the show, I replied as I approached the corpse. I was salivating in anticipation despite the disappointment at the lack of a fight. I took one look at the glowing heart in the dragon's chest and I felt that familiar feral hunger rise up from within me. I raised my blades and carved the chest open. My blades went through its armored scales easily and I ripped the chest open. Then I bent down and bit down on that bright red sanguine fruit. Immediately I heard the voice in my head sound out. Achieved Azurite Dragon Genome Level, 1/5. Cryo-Draconic Breath acquired. Augmenting. Cryo-Draconic Breath combining with Solarite Breath. Ability incompatibilities detected. Resolving. Branched skills obtained. Draconic Solarite Breath acquired. Cryonic Phoenix Breath acquired. Draconic Solarite Breath and Cryonic Phoenix Breath possess similar effects. Both possess Magic Piercing V, Ether Disruption IV, Ether Fire V. Draconic Solarite Breath possess Cursed Fire 3. Cryonic Phoenix Breath possess Cryonic Debilitate 2. Cryonic Debilitate 2 apply Slow 3 and Ether Recovery Reduction 2. Lesser Azurite Draconic Scales acquired. Augmenting. Lesser Azurite Draconic Scales combining with Phoenix Armor. Azurite Phoenix Armor acquired. Augmenting. Adaptive Resistance acquired. Adaptive Resistance improves elemental resistance when receiving elemental attacks. Dragonic Bone Structure acquired. Kaiser Blade's Material Strength improved. Kaiser Spine's Material Strength improved. Dragonic Muscle Stranding acquired. Movement Speed improved. Flesh Physical Resistance improved. Azurite Dragon Genome has lowered the essence requirement for assimilation of archived Dragon Glass genomes. Now that was interesting, so if I get a similar genome I will lower the assimilation requirement of the genomes I got from Maligaros. These changes didn't really change my physical appearance since most of the advantages are internal lore. Obscured by the feathers in the case of the armor upgrade. Anything interesting, friend? Cecilia asked from behind me. Yeah, the assimilation requirements of the genomes I got from Maligaros can be lowered by assimilating similar genomes. I replied, and Cecilia's eyes widened for a moment before looking away as if thinking. That is certainly interesting. Do you have any genomes relating to demons and angels? Cecilia asked curiously. Yeah, apparently there are the elder and the younger variants. The demons have quite a few varieties. But I haven't had a chance to go over them in its entirety. I replied, and Cecilia nodded. If you can get your hands on those genomes, we would be far more well equipped to deal with any threats. Cecilia stated, and I felt Maligaros shift his critical gaze to me. Demons? Maligaros asked. The angels aren't the only problem at the moment. The royal family of a nation we just conquered was possessed by demons. I replied, and Maligaros shifted his gaze as he pondered my words. Daimonia class of creature. Violent, pragmatic, and opportunistic. They lack cohesion and cooperative tendencies. Daimonia psychological traits result of high-pressure survival conditions. Results in superior individual strength in exchange for inferior civilization development. Maligaros said as he rattled off the information. Reminds me a lot of Beatrice, honestly. You know, Maligaros, there is someone back home that you might enjoy talking to. I said with a smirk. I saw a wry smile cross Cecilia's face, and Mahila rolled her eyes at my words. I could tell they both knew I was talking about the now heavily pregnant Beatrice. That silly girl needed Cecilia to order her to stop working. She was continuing her work despite her pregnancy. She even had to handle hazardous materials from time to time, and we only found out about it because her husband came to Cecilia in desperation. So Cecilia, not wanting to squander someone as talented as Beatrice, ordered her to stop working until her pregnancy was over. She even told the Bestiary Institute to deny her entry until her baby was born just in case. That was rather smart considering she has already been turned away by the Institute on 3 separate occasions. This also, much to my amusement, caused Erin Boy a lot of grief since being away from her work combined with her raging hormones made her extremely temperamental. Who? Maligaros asked as he tilted his large head. His large eye blinked as his gaze seemingly drilled a hole in me with this piercing stare. Honestly, what was with this guy's stare? I feel like he's more looking through me than at me. Oh, this human girl, she's just like you. She's a walking database on bestiary knowledge. I replied as I goaded him. Time for another lesson, I guess. Like me. I doubt a human could match my expertise. Maligaros grumbled in response, clearly taking my words as a clear insult. Really? Tell me, how would you destroy this? I said as I plucked a feather off the side of my head and I handed it to him. Maligaros looked at it for a moment before popping it into his mouth. He paused for a moment and I scanned his mind. I sensed he was analyzing the properties of my feather and I wondered what solution he would give me. Freezing the feather then applying kinetic force would be most effective. The feather has weak structural integrity, destroying the structure will make kinetic force more effective. A sufficiently powerful cursed fire attack can destroy it as well. Maligaros said confidently. I scanned his mind and saw that his logic was sound. It was well reasoned, and his analysis skills were top-notch. Only one problem though. You pass, but I wouldn't put that up there as the most effective solution. I replied. With a smirk. You have a better solution, I presume? Maligaros asked curiously. Though his tone seemed vaguely disrespectful, I know this was just how he spoke. Not much need for manners when you make living weapons, I guess. I didn't, that girl I mentioned did. I used her idea to make something quite interesting. I said as I transferred the knowledge of the manticore venom idea that Beatrice came up with. Interesting. Efficient. Maligaros admitted as he pondered this idea. Humans are weak, but like you said, pressure creates strength. So their weakness forces them to be creative. They are a good source of ideas, we just need to refine them. Also, it's quite interesting in a way. If you think about it, you destroyed the feather by digesting it for analysis, and plague manticore venom also digests its target in a way. The answer was staring you in the face and you didn't even realize it. I replied as I turned around and headed over to the next stasis chamber. You know, all of these creatures and resources aren't the most important thing. I can give you all the resources in the world, but if you don't use it well, it will be squandered. This isn't the old world of rich resources. This world is withered and decayed. We need to make the most of what we have. I said as I opened the next stasis chamber, and this time it held a giant snake. Elder Granite Basilisk. Maligaro said as he approached the corpse. Yes, and the real question is, what can we do with it? How do we use it effectively? There are many ways to use it, destruction and violence is but just one way to use it. I said as I turned the corpse over and opened its chest. This one had 2 hearts, pretty good haul, let's see what it gives. By the time I had finished listening to all the stuff I got, I concluded that this one wasn't that useful either. However, it did get me to core evolution level 9. Main things that came out of it was an upgrade to my Kaiser blades and Kaiser spines. They turned into greater Kaiser blades and greater Kaiser spines. Notable improvements were increased resistance penetration on the blades and spines, as well as improved regeneration to the rest of my body. The basilisk itself gave me petrification 3, which was augmented into my breath attack, and I got petricid toxin, which I could place into my bone spines, blades and fangs. Both of these cause a slowdown of physical capabilities when resisted, and it turns the target into stone when resistance fails. Well, stone was not exactly accurate, it's more of a turning the body into this weird calcium and carbon-based rock formed from the body. It's a useful option in combat against a powerful opponent, but against a weak opponent it's rather suboptimal. As to why it is suboptimal, it's simply because it turns the heart to this weird stone, so basically all of the body was wasted. Rather useless overall unless I want to use the venom or breath to slow a powerful target. Either that, or I could use it as a scare tactic, like turn a group into stone so the rest submit. But to be fair, burning them alive as an example was also a rather effective scare tactic. One last thing slightly interesting I got was this ability called Petricid Skin. It basically petrifies my exterior skin to create an enhanced barrier at the cost of mobility. It's only useful for dealing with a sudden burst of damage, like if someone threw a really powerful spell at me and I couldn't get out of the way. Not really useful honestly. If something was really so dangerous, this ability was not going to save me. I'm just too durable for this ability to be useful. If something really dangerous starts flying at me, it would be better for me to try to get out of the way. I could form a shield with my arms and use the petricid skin on the shields, but I would only do that as a last resort. But at least this ability also granted me petrification immunity, so I can't be turned to stone, which was good, I guess. After that I moved on to eat the other creatures. Some were boring, some were interesting. There were quite a few that were duplicates. For instance, there were another 2 azurite dragons. I ended up getting these genomes. Azurite dragon genome level, 3/5. Granite basilisk genome level, 2/5. Glass-eyed gorgon genome level, 2/5. Volcanoid elemental ether script level, 3/10. Crimson sandlisk genome level, 2/5. Errant wyvern genome level, 4/5. Dreadmist sea serpent genome level, 2/5. Lesser sandworm genome level, 4/5. The rest brought me to core evolution level 10. This unlocked another named stage of my evolution called the Arbiter stage, which gave me some interesting things, such as metabolic surge, which was a buff that drastically increased my physical abilities for a short time. It also upgraded my Void Enchant ability for my blades and spines to an ability called Void Cracker Enchant. It had a rather punishing effect for my opponents. The original Void Enchant provides resistance piercing effects, but this new one has an interesting twist named Resistance Recoil. It basically turns whatever resistance I encountered into additional damage. That means the harder the target, the harder I hit. Pretty strong ability overall. It made dueling me extremely dangerous, since this also affects my spines. Thus evasion would be the best way to fight me, but my body's strength was actually mobility and offensive power, which made fighting me even more dangerous. As for the other things I got from the other genomes, there were only a few interesting abilities. The first being the Dread Mist Sea Serpent genome, which offered me aquatic adaptations, which made my plans for an aquatic-based hive for naval power projection much easier. If you think about it, the ability to breathe fire and ice was not that useful underwater. No idea why that fact didn't occur to me up until this point. The other things I got were quite generic, with it mostly being increased power to my body, my ether manipulation, ether storage, my Kaiser blades and my Kaiser spine. Some of them also improved my flying ability and my burrowing ability. A few standout abilities would be Dread Mist. It causes curse damage and also causes terror IV. I can weave this into other things like venom for interrogation if needed. I just need to make sure the curse damage doesn't kill my target by accident. Another ability was Frostfire enchant. I got this one from upgrading the Azurite Dragon genome. It's another enchant for my blades and spines that causes a slow and drains the ether reserves of the targets. Useful for incapacitating a target. The Glass-Eyed Gorgon genome also added to my petrification abilities, but it also granted me this interesting ability called Heart Vision. It apparently allows me to infer some information on their mental state. Like if the target was nervous about the safety of someone in the party, who was afraid and who was brave, stuff like that. On first glance, this seems like demonic ability, and it was to an extent. This genome lowered the assimilation requirements of the demonic genomes. All these creatures were certainly useful, and I could feel a significant power boost even if the changes were not that flashy. But still, as I look at Mahila, I am definitely stronger. In the past I was sure she could kill me instantly. Now on the other hand, I should be able to hold her off a while before she inevitably manages to kill me. I suppose progress was still progress. Well, I suppose that ends the tasks in this vault. I turned to look at the other three. Maligaro's was still giving me that unnerving piercing stare. Mahila looked bored as she twirled a dagger in her hand, and Cecilia looked up from her book when she noticed I was looking at her. Shall we head to the primordial font? Chapter 112, The Primordial Font. We were currently moving towards the primordial font. I had ordered my hive to make a tunnel towards it while we were taking care of the vaults. If we could find a way to tap into the primordial font, I would have a lot of fuel for my hive. However, I have heard that the firstborn can't directly siphon power from the font. Maligaro's later confirmed this, and apparently this was also a contributing reason as to why the hives were created. The primordial ether within the font could be used to offset some of the ether requirement for the creation of the hive creatures. That was after some processing. However, you couldn't just use the primordial ether as is. Apparently the Grahanum crowns also served as a tool for that refining process. The ability to store essence was just a lucky side effect, since primordial ether held about as much power as essence. There were a lot of misconceptions about primordial ether. Some called it primordial essence, some called it primordial ether, which was right? Well, honestly, both were right and both were wrong in a way. The stuff in the primordial font was something entirely different from both ether and essence. The people just started calling it those things for convenience. Using either term works, since both are right and wrong at the same time. That stuff was apparently really dangerous. It was supposedly the origin of all life. Some texts called it a pool of life gone rampant. If someone other than a devourer or watcher even touches it, they can expect rapid mutations and cancers developing. But the devourers and watchers can apparently use it to heal anything. Even if you were hanging on to life by a thread, a watcher could use the font to heal your broken body. So, it turns out you can be healed to death in this world. Another piece of strange irony, I suppose. You have everything ready? I asked as I turned to Cecilia. Yes. Cecilia replied from behind this face mask she was wearing. It was one of many special items that was loaned to Cecilia by Mahila for this little excursion. Honestly, I was a little hesitant to bring her along. She insisted, but still this place was really dangerous. I had to pull an entire adjutant company and an entire warbrood from their duties to guard her. There was a reason no one ever enters this place. Just looking at this tunnel into the primordial font, I could already see the ground was different. The soil, for one thing, was glowing from all the ambient ether. Cecilia put on her protective equipment an hour ago, and also she brought this little contraption that could detect ambient ether. That little device shorted out 15 minutes ago. The air is a little heavy, Cecilia admitted, and I could hear it in her voice that it wasn't easy for her to breathe. Take this, Mahila said as she took out a ring and handed it to Cecilia. Cecilia put it on and she took in a deep breath of air, as if finally getting a full lung of air. Better? I asked in concern. Better, Cecilia replied with a nod. I could tell she was nervous. Her nerves really got worse when her little ambient ether contraption shorted itself out. That little device measured ambient ether by measuring the pressure exerted upon it. Since ether flows from a place of higher concentration to a place with lower concentration, this flow can be measured to determine the level of ambient ether. So the contraption just broke when the pressure got too high. Are you sure you want to go in? I asked, and Cecilia nodded. I want to see it. It's not every day someone gets to see something like this. Cecilia replied as she bounced lightly on her heels as if to shake off some tension. Usually Cecilia was confident, arrogant even, but that was when she was an empress. Here in this ancient place she wasn't an empress, she was prey. Here even the air would kill her if she was unprotected. I have been getting reports from my warbrood that their deployment abilities were limited. The lower Hive castes couldn't last long in the primordial font itself, they would be able to fight for a short time before succumbing to the ambient ether. I had already ordered the warbrood Queen Nafis to pull additional praetorians from the other broods to reinforce. This place was proving to be quite the handful. Still be careful, there are some who start seeing things in there. Mahila said as she gave Cecilia a look. Most react differently to such a high level of ambient ether. Also remember, as far as you are concerned, do not cast spells in there. When you cast a spell you open your ether core, that's also a way for the ambient ether to rush in. If you lack the base power you can get overwhelmed. Mahila warned again. This was another thing that worried me. If Cecilia starts seeing things she might cast a spell. Honestly, if it was up to me I would make her stay behind, but I couldn't exactly tie her up to stop her. Okay, everyone ready? I asked, and the rest nodded. Maligaro showed no problems with the ambient ether, but from what I can tell it's slightly straining his body. He probably can't live in this environment for a long period of time. Mahila showed no problems whatsoever, but she put on like a dozen magical artifacts. She had this pair of charms on her waist, a set of bracelets, 3 rings, 2 necklaces, a set of earrings and a pin she wore on her chest. She had already given Cecilia a dozen accessories as well. In fact, she swapped out some of her powerful defensive artifacts, including 2 rings that were crafted by the Crowfather himself. She was actually wearing the weaker stuff. She gave Cecilia most of the more powerful artifacts. The only thing from her original regalia she kept for herself was this necklace made by her master, but I suspect that was just for sentimental reasons. With that I ordered the hive in front of us to continue to dig. We were on an upward slope towards the surface and we were just a few meters from the surface. As we advanced up the slope I saw some crystals start to appear in the soil around us. The crystals were a strange color and strangely beautiful. They glittered in every color of the rainbow, but I could see the ether or essence or whatever it was that they held was chaotic. The ether crystals I have seen were stable, but these held roiling and chaotic energies. Remember, don't touch those. Mahila said to Cecilia when she caught her looking at the crystals. Hearing this I decided to try touching it. I could tell it was dangerous, but it wasn't a great danger to something like me. I reached out and touched a nearby crystal and I felt this stinging pain as the primordial ether arced along my arm. I looked down at my arm and saw burns both internal and external, as well as some random mutations within the flesh. This was all rapidly corrected, but if a human touched this, it would be a one-way ticket into the next life. You weren't kidding, that caused some mutations, I said as I flexed my hand. I partly did this to satisfy my curiosity, but it was mostly to demonstrate to Cecilia that this place was indeed dangerous. If it wasn't obvious until now, I'm quite worried about her. I think I might start dropping feathers or something. Nothing serious, I presume? Cecilia asked, as she looked at me. No, that would be fatal to anyone but something like me. I don't think you could survive that, Mahila, I said as I turned to her and she nodded. Even though I am more powerful than you in combat ability, when it comes to things like this you are far my superior. This is the ancient power from the core of the world. If you aren't built for it, you just can't survive most of the things in here, Mahila replied. As soon as she finished saying that I heard the sound of earth crashing down and I looked up to see light, then I saw the ambient ether flood in. My vision filled with the technicolor hue of all the roiling ether in the air. I sensed Mahila, Cecilia and Maligaro's all shrink back slightly as the wall of ether washed over them. You okay? I asked as I looked at Cecilia and she nodded as she put her hand to her chest before taking a deep breath. Yes, the air is heavier but not as bad as before I wore the ring, Cecilia replied. Okay, don't push yourself. If something goes wrong, Mahila, you take Maligaros and Cecilia and you run. I'll deal with what shows up. I said and Mahila nodded. Just don't die. Mahila said and I flashed her a smile. I don't have to win, I just have to delay. I'm quite quick, you know, I can match your speed in the air, remember? I just lack your offensive power. I said and Mahila shrugged as she non-verbally agreed with my assessment. At this point I have no chance at actually defeating her, but I had a chance to escape in the event of a fight. That you do. Mahila said as she began walking forward, a hand on one of her swords. With that we headed out into the primordial font. When I first got a good look at it I had mixed feelings. On one hand it was quite beautiful with all its colors, but yet the terrain and fauna just seemed off. Furthermore, this place just felt wrong. There were these bright red mushrooms the size of houses, and they weren't the usual shape with the stem and cap. The cap was deformed and not the usual even dome shape. It looked like there were tumors growing in places and other parts seemed underdeveloped. There were also these smaller mushrooms growing on the stem. I brought my face close to one of the mushrooms and I sensed poison, lots and lots of poison. The poison also appeared to be in this weird cocktail. I could smell different poisons on different parts of the mushroom. Poison, I said as I brought my face back and I tried my best to suppress the growing disgust I was feeling for this place. Yes, touch nothing here. Unless you want to pay the price. Mahila replied as she continued to warily scan the surroundings. I looked around again and I saw giant crystals the size of mansions protruding out of the ground. They towered above even me and I could see the energy roiling within. I saw an arc of energy lance from the crystal and strike a nearby plant. The plant looked to be a miniature mutated tree dotted with strange multicolored malformed flowers. The tree looked like a Christmas tree that got fat. It was weird with its strange needle-like leaves growing in odd bunches. The arc of energy electrocuted the tree, but instead of it going up in flames like one would expect, it instead started glowing oddly as the branches crackled with power. We should probably keep our distance from those crystals, I said, and the group gave their assent. We proceeded deeper into the font across the strange, oversized blades of grass. I could hear Cecilia and Mahila's barrier crackling as they walked. The grass here took the phrase, blades of grass, literally. Those barriers protected them from the grass that cut like mithril blades. Maligaros and I were armored, so there was no issue, but if you threw some squishy humanoid into the grass, you could expect them to be eviscerated. As we moved I kept feeling this growing disgust in my gut, as if this place was not the beautiful but dangerous place it was. In the back of my mind it kind of felt like a fetid pit of excrement and I didn't like it. Eventually, after a good hour of walking, I encountered the source of my disgust. We came to this ocean of this green glowing liquid. It was vaguely translucent and I could see it bubbling slightly. For some reason this ocean of strange green liquid disgusted me to no end. I absolutely hated being near it. It looked wrong and it smelt wrong. The ocean gave off the most foul-smelling stench I have ever encountered in both of my lives. I looked over at the rest of the group and saw them staring calmly at the ocean from which life first crawled out. Don't you all smell it? I asked in confusion. Smell what? Cecilia asked curiously. That, I replied as I pointed at the ocean. I don't smell anything, Mahila said in confusion. What? I replied as I looked back at the ocean. Do you all feel any kind of disgust about this place? I asked as I looked around in discomfort. I really didn't like this place. It felt wrong on a fundamental level. Like something inside me had this natural aversion to it. Disgust. Fear, yes, but not disgust. It's oddly beautiful actually, Cecilia replied as she walked up to me in concern. Friend, are you all right? Cecilia asked as she placed a hand on the side of my body. I'm fine, it's just this place. I don't like it, I murmured in response as I looked around again and took in the disgusting sights around me. Is it danger? Do you sense something? Mahila asked cautiously. Not danger, disgust. Everything here seems repulsive, especially the font, I said through gritted teeth as I pointed at the ocean of green. This place makes me angry, I growled as I looked around again, half wishing there was something to kill. Perhaps this was why the Devourers made the Watchers. The old stories did say that the firstborn rarely entered the primordial font, Mahila said as she furrowed her brow and looked at me. I thought it was because they wanted to avoid each other, Cecilia replied as she gently rubbed the side of my body soothingly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's just get this over with and get out of here, I said with a shake of my head to try and clear my mind. It wasn't just the smell or this overwhelming sense of disgust. The amount of ambient ether was also clouding my senses. It was almost like I was in a cloud of smoke. If anything, I felt overstimulated. I tried lessening my senses and it helped a bit, but it was still really irritating. Shit. Mahila shouted as she suddenly drew her sword, and I turned just in time to see a lightning bolt fly right at me. I felt it strike my body and I was thrown back. Fuck, my senses are so clouded I couldn't pick up the attacker. Cecilia. I heard Mahila shout and I turned to see her lying in the grass. Her body smoking and hair frizzled as if she had been electrocuted. Then I realized I was hit by a thunderbolt and she was touching me. I did a quick check and saw that she was not in any danger. It seems my natural magic resistance absorbed most of the power. Get her out of here, I said as I rose to my feet, and I felt a rising anger deep inside me. I was already irritated and pissed off. But now as I looked at the creature that attacked me, I could feel my rage bubbling out. I bared my teeth and snarled as I transformed both my lower arms into blades. I did an extremely angry query into the hive mind, asking Nafas what the hell was going on. She was supposed to put up a perimeter. The response I got was surprising. She didn't even know I was being attacked. The surprise was genuine, and as I listened to her I realized my ability to sense her emotions was muted, as if it was impaired by something. It looks like this place obstructed things beyond simple magic. Cover Cecilia and Mihaela's retreat, I ordered into the hive mind, and Maligaro sent in a message that he was digging a tunnel down to give Mihaela and Cecilia an escape route. I checked just in case and I saw the rest had disappeared down a hole. Now it was just me and this weird creature. It looked strange like everything else in this place. It had a wolf-like body, but on its back it had reptilian-like fins that crackled with ether. Its head was like that of an alligator. Its front legs were that of a wolf, but its rear legs looked avian. What's more, its body wasn't odd in construction. There was weird growth and protrusions all over its body. Horns appeared at odd places, and its teeth looked jagged as it protruded from its mouth at odd angles. Its fur, head and legs were all technicolored. I saw purples, reds, blues, yellows and greens. Basically every other color than what you would expect on a creature. I could barely tell, but I could see its internals, and honestly, I wondered how it was even alive. It had 6 hearts, 3 looked like they weren't even pumping. They were just still and motionless in random parts of the body. The other hearts were pumping blood to the 3 useless hearts, as if keeping the organs alive just for the sake of it. This creature was a product of random mutation. If the firstborn were the embodiment of controlled evolution, this creature was the embodiment of random evolution. It was absolutely disgusting. Well, I wanted a fight in that vault, and they say when you ask for trouble, do not be surprised when it finds you. I hated it. It was disgusting, repulsive, and most of all it hurt Cecilia. It was going to die today. I am going to cut out its guts and make it eat them. Chapter 113, Unexpected Fun. I circled the beast as it cautiously did the same. I could tell I was slightly stronger than it, but when the difference was this close, victory was not clear. Abilities could counter each other and personal skill could make or break a fight. I have no idea what it could do, and it had no idea what I could do. Cecilia was safe and being spirited away back to Averlin. Mihaela was going to escort her back to Alicia as planned. So it was just up to me to either kill this thing and run my experiment, or retreat and come back when I'm stronger. I started by leaving a decoy behind and commanding it to continue circling the beast. This was the weaker ether decoy that was just a magical construct. The other one I had was the one the phoenixes use, which was solarite decoy that actively split a piece of themselves off. It's closer to a weak clone than a magical construct. However, the moment I did, the beast pounced and I ordered my decoy to attack. In the meantime, I circled around and got ready to strike. But then I noticed one of its eyes darted to me and it suddenly turned away from my decoy. Its claws flashed and I instantly split off a solarite decoy. The beast could tell something was wrong, but solarite decoys, although significantly less durable, was still able to hit as hard as I did normally. The beast had no choice but to go on the defensive as both decoys attacked it. The beast managed to land a hit on the ether decoy. After taking a hit from the solarite decoy, the ether decoy shattered into motes of light. In that opening, I pounced with my blades extended. They were already enchanted with the Void Cracker enchant, so they would definitely do damage. The beast whirled and used its long tail to bash me back. I landed a slash on its back, but the cut wasn't deep thanks to its quick movements. As much as I was angry, my mind was still clear. This was one of the perks of my body. I get the aggression and killing intent while still being clear-headed. The beast turned and instantly chose the right one between me and the decoy. I smiled internally when I realized that this idiot was going to take the bait. I let the beast pounce on me and I fell back onto the ground. Its jaws snapped an inch for my face and I smiled as I swapped to my clone. It's a little trick that I have which allows me to swap positions with my Solarite decoy. Another trick was that I could command the decoy to use that explosion ability that phoenixes could use. I watched as the beast flinched once it noticed something was wrong and my decoy wrapped itself around the beast, locking it in place. Then there was a flash as the beast was caught in the blast. The blast didn't kill it, but that was to be expected. It barely scratched me last time. However, I could tell this beast was less durable, and sure enough I could sense a decent amount of damage on the creature. Now to see if it can regenerate. I saw it stumbling about it in the cloud of smoke, and then I noticed something. It looked to be regenerating, but yet it didn't look like it was regenerating properly. The body was healing, but it looked like it was healing incorrectly. I'm starting to understand why its body was covered with strange growths. Healing and regeneration relies on the body remembering what its true form was. It looks like this beast's body couldn't fully remember what the original form was, so its regeneration was haphazard. Then I saw the beast raise its head and let out a howl. The howl echoed out across the font and I felt a slight chill go up my spine. I really hope this one wasn't calling for help. There was almost nothing written on the beasts within the primordial font. Given the nature of this place, few were willing to come to study it. After all, why would they? Even if they could survive the danger from the area itself, they still had to deal with the monsters. If they could do all of the above, judging by how the creatures here are based on accelerated random mutation, I doubt anything anyone does find would be useful for long. Plus, why would they want this information? It's not like there were any resources that they were capable of exploiting. I wanted the font's power for flesh crafting, and most humanoids can't flesh craft. They just didn't have the fine control necessary to do it. I needed to finish this fight quickly in case more showed up. Although I still had a few tricks up my sleeve in case things got dangerous, but I'd rather not be put in danger at all. With that thought in mind, shot at the stumbling beast. I saw its scales crackle with ether and I sensed a power surge. I instantly switched both my left arms into a shield and held it up. Just in time, as I felt an impact and ether shot up my arm. Most of it was absorbed by the shield, but I still felt some pain. Then I heard the voice in my head sound out. Repeated ether lightning damage detected. Triggering adaptive resistance. Resistance adaptation successful. Proceed with combat. I guess that first surprise attack wasn't enough to trigger my resistance. But now that I have adapted to it, I notice the residual ether shocking me seemed to do quite a lot less damage. I lowered the shield and charged. The beast was still weak on its feet from the blast. I could see its legs were damaged. Rule number 1 of a fight: stay mobile. Slow monster, dead monster. That must be why it resorted to ranged attacks. The worrying part was that my senses were so muted that I probably wouldn't be able to tell if more are on the way. Nafas unburrow the hive and set up a perimeter. I said as I slashed at the beast in front of me, and by your command. It's obvious that the hive senses are muted here as well. I can't trust their tremor sense. They will have to rely on their eyes. I heard the soft muted sound of my praetorians emerging from the ground in the distance. They weren't exactly subtle creatures. When praetorians emerged, it was usually to conduct a full-fledged bloodbath. I raised my blades and slashed at the beast. With its legs in ruins, there was nothing it could do to evade. Its weak sideward jump only managed to stop me from burying my blade into its head. Instead, my blade found its side and it cut deeply, snapping several of its malformed ribs. This was a grievous wound and it staggered to the ground. I was about to strike down at it when I felt something tackle me from the side. I went sprawling into the grass and I saw another beast appear out of invisibility. It was right on top of me, and the first thing I saw was its reptilian face with its yellow eyes with narrow slits for irises and its multicolored scales. I felt pain in my chest as the new beast ran what I assumed was its claws across my chest, gouging gashes in my armor. I was about to respond, but I felt a jaw close around my tail, its fangs sinking in deep. Crap, at this rate I'm going to be pinned. But just as I was about to open my mouth and fire a solarite beam into the new beast's face, I saw a praetorian emerge from the ground in the corner of my vision. The praetorian tackled the snake-headed beast off of me, and I rose up slightly to see this bird-like creature with stunted wings sinking its beak into my tail. It looked like a cross between a pigeon and a chicken with multicolored feathers that would make an artist weep at the sight of its horrible color palette. I took aim and was about to fire a solarite beam at it when I saw a shadow behind me. Then I felt something hard strike the back of my head and I nearly fired the beam onto myself. I shifted my gaze to see this time it was this strange six-legged horse. Its legs were arrayed on its side like a weird insect, but I could clearly see the equine face and the legs that were tipped with hooves. My god, how many of them were there in this fucking place? I felt my tail being released as I saw another praetorian emerge, and it got the weird rainbow turkey off my tail. The mutant horse raised its hoof to try and stamp on my face, but I fired a solarite beam right at its belly and it was blasted back, a charred hole now in its body. I got back up and I saw one of my praetorians, now a mangled mess, on the ground. The praetorians were far weaker than I am, so they stood no purpose in this fight other than being cannon fodder. If these beasts could cut through my armor, the praetorians might as well be naked. Then I spotted the snake heading one charge at me. I could see this one was perhaps the most cohesive-looking beast. It had the head of a snake, but it looked like the body was that of a crocodile. However, its tail looked like it was supposed to belong to a scorpion. It opened its mouth as I pounced at me. I raised my blades expecting a bite attack, but instead of a bite it spat a mouthful of green liquid right into my face. I immediately saw my vision blur, and as I felt this burning sensation all over my face. Should I just had acid spat at me? Then I heard the voice sound off in my head again. Venom detected. Adapting. Looks like it was poison too. I felt my head go a little hazy for a moment, but it soon snapped back to clarity. Now all I felt was a slight fatigue. I saw my vision sharpen back just in time to see the scorpion fly at me. I kept moving throughout the time I couldn't see clearly just in case, and it looks like it was a good decision. I dodged off to the side. And the stinger grazed me, but I could still feel the venom get into my body. Things were looking bad, but I felt something strange from within me. It was kind of feral anger, and it was building quickly. My king, the perimeter has been broken. Advise retreat. Hell no. I'm not leaving until all of them are dead. I can kill them all, I know it. Warning: combat stress exceeding acceptable thresholds. Activating metabolic frenzy. Maligaro cursed under her breath as she ran down the tunnel. She was supposed to be escorting the unconscious Cecilia. Maligaro knew if something happened to Cecilia, the great beast would be angry beyond belief. Yes, Cecilia was invaluable, but not nearly as valuable as the great beast. He was actually tolerant and interested in what humanoids had to offer. The original plan was to keep the great beast in line by using reminders of the past. But honestly, she doesn't think it's necessary at this point. He could actually become a good ruler for the world and not like the ravenous beasts that the old firstborn were. But knowing the unpredictability of the primordial font, she could not risk him getting killed. Cecilia was already a decent way down the tunnel, and Maligaro had even dumped one of her rare potions on her head to heal her up just in case. Those potions she had didn't need to be ingested to work, so just jumping it on skin was fine. She ended up dumping it on Cecilia's face. It ruined her makeup, but it would mean now she just needs to sleep it off. When Maligaro got close to the exit of the tunnel, she could hear roars and yelps. The yelps didn't sound like it was coming from the great beast, but those roars sounded kind of like him. Yet somehow it sounded more feral. Right as she reached the entrance, she saw this shape fly past the hole. Maligaro paused for a moment when she saw it. Was that a piece of a corpse? Maligaro cautiously poked her head out and saw that the shape was indeed a corpse, or perhaps what was left of a corpse. It was a snake-like head attached to something that used to be a body. What was left of the body looked to have been eviscerated and torched. The flesh was pulped and charred. Whatever did this really wanted it dead. Maligaro then turned and saw a glowing 15-meter-tall raging firstborn. It appears the firstborn has gone all out, shedding its size limitation for raw power. She could see it chasing this oversized bird-like creature and this horse-like creature. There were two more circling. One was this technicolored ape with oversized arms that looked like they were covered in this insect-like carapace. Another was this giant crab thing. Its head was like a crab, but its lower body seemed closer to a scorpion. It was like someone glued a crab's head on a scorpion's body but took off the tail. She watched as the great beast finally caught the bird-like creature and with one slash it took off one of its stunted wings. At first Mahila thought the great beast was going to just finish it off, but to her surprise it grabbed the severed wing and started to try to beat the bird to death with it. She could hear the sickening crunch and splattering sound as the great beast bashed its skill in with its own wing. When the wing inevitably fell apart, the great beast then proceeded to slash mercilessly at the torso before finally reaching in with its hands and started to pull everything out of the torso. Mahila gulped as she looked at the scene. She had heard of this before: if you pressure a firstborn too much they enter this frenzied state and then the real fight begins. Battles between firstborn often devolved into this, and the end result usually involved leveled cities, mountains cleaved in two, and forests burned to ash. Not many know this, but the elven forest actually had to be regrown in its entirety once because of one such battle. They say the wood of the ancients was as powerful as it was because the land was filled with the leftover ether from that great battle. Another darker rumor said that the elder tree that the elves worshipped was filled with the souls of all those that died when the forest was turned to ash. Judging by how the elves basically jumped at the chance to kill the firstborn, Mahila suspected there may be some truth to that little rumor. As she looked at the mutated ape jump on the great beast's back and he just tore the ape off its back before carving it up into pieces, she could see there was truth to those legends. As the great beast was attempting to turn the ape into wine, the horse from before decided to try again. Mahila could only watch as the great beast pried the horse's mouth open before firing one of its beams right down its throat. The horse's body ended up exploding as its internal fluids boiled. The only thing left of it was its skull, which had all its flesh burned off. Its 6 legs, on the other hand, had gone flying off in random directions from the blast. The final beast was the crab, and perhaps this was one smarter because it was trying to run away. Mahila knew the great beast wasn't going to let it get away, and sure enough he spread its half-ruined wings and shot at the crab. The crab didn't last long. The great beast ripped one of its arms off and used the tip of the pincer to stab into the bottom of the crab's head. Then the great beast used it as leverage to detach the head from the rest of the crab's armored body. Mahila winced as the shell separated from the body, leaving this twitching mass of flesh that was once protected. The inside shell was promptly smashed to a pulp by the crab's other arm. If there was one thing Mahila was sure on, it was that the great beast was only using blunt force because it liked the violence. At last there were no more enemies to kill, and Mahila decided to approach him. She needed to be sure. If all of this humanoid sympathy was a facade, then she needed to be far more cautious. In the back of her mind she had tried to believe that this firstborn was just different. However, as she saw the aftermath of his rampage, she was having second thoughts. "Great beast?" Mahila asked cautiously. Mahila tensed as she saw him turn to look at him. At first he didn't respond. Instead he turned to look at the ground, and almost immediately Nafas emerged from the ground. Mahila could tell she was nervous, judging by how she was fiddling with her fingers. "Is Cecilia safe?" the great beast asked calmly. It was an odd sight considering he was covered in blood and awful. "Yes, my king." Mahila gave her a potion and she is safe now, Nafas replied. "Good," the great beast said as he turned to look back at Mahila. "So what potion did you give her?" the great beast asked. Mahila could hear the concern in his voice. It was eerie how calm he was. Just moments ago he was this frothing, raging monster, but now he was calmly asking after the well-being of his dearest friend. "One of the few I have left that was made by my master. It would save her even if her insides were outside," Mahila replied. "That's good," the great beast said with an audible sigh of relief. "So why did you come back?" the great beast asked as he tilted his head. "I was worried you would be killed. I saw Cecilia was fine, so I decided to come back just in case," Mahila explained as she avoided the point that in her mind Cecilia was expendable. "I'm touched," the great beast said heavily as he sat down onto the grass, seemingly out of exhaustion. "Are you all right?" Mahila asked in concern as she approached. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired. That metabolic frenzy ability is no joke. No wonder it's a last resort," the great beast said as he waved away her concerns with a very chipped and cracked blade. The great beast honestly looked like a mess. His body was torn up and she could see some of the ruined armored plates were falling off as his body regenerated. The feathers were doing the same, and it honestly looked like he was molting. Mahila could only look on in mute surprise as the great beast just laid down on the grass and started to laugh. "Ah, that was fun." I should ask Cecilia for some roasted cows when I get back. Chapter 114, The Meeting. Cecilia looked around this dark, empty world. It was strange, it wasn't cold, it wasn't hot, in fact she barely felt anything. It was certainly odd to not feel anything. She looked down and saw she was wearing her favorite dress, but the fabric was so soft and light she couldn't feel it on her. She had no idea where she was, and she remembers that she got hit by something. Cecilia wondered if she was dead. If that was true, then it was her fault. Mahila told her not to go. Her friend hinted that she shouldn't go, but she couldn't resist. The primordial font was supposedly the origin of all power in this world. All the ether in the world runs through veins in the earth, and from those veins sprouts the ether crystals. The people know this because the ether veins literally are arranged like blood vessels. No one knows what the ether veins actually look like. Those are encased in dense layers of ether crystals. The harvestable ones are usually in the soil and stone a short distance away. The mages said attempting to damage those veins of crystals might cause some kind of chain reaction that would be catastrophic for those involved. Still, as a mage, the source of all power was certainly enticing. At first she was excited, but then terrified. She could feel the pressure in the air, the soil was glowing, the entire place felt like it didn't belong in this world. Cecilia had up to this point lulled herself into thinking she was more knowledgeable than everyone else. She knew the past, she knew ancient lost magics, and she had seen what her friend was capable of. Mahila had shown her the ancient technologies and spoken to her of the great civilizations in the distant past. So in some way she had grown proud, arrogant even. Then she arrived at the font and realized how small she was. This was the beginning of everything. A place that predated basic concepts like gender, language, love, friendship, cooperation, arithmetic, and perhaps even the measuring of time. Her dear friend did mention the Eternal Mother never bothered to count the years, so even the firstborn didn't know how long they had been around. After all, why does the passage of time matter when you live forever? You only needed to know how many days, months, or years until something was completed. But beyond that, cataloging history had little meaning. The primordial font, a land of eternal change and endless stagnation. It has remained largely the same in its chaotic nature. Ever the same, yet ever different. Well, if she was dead, she was just as stupid as every overconfident ruler that came before. Shows what she knew. Her only regrets were for her sisters and her dearest friend. What the hell was he going to do now? You aren't dead, you know. A childlike voice said from her right. Cecilia turned to see a small boy standing there looking at her. He had a head of common brown hair, his skin was white like hers, and he had these adorable baby brown eyes. In those eyes she saw an intelligence and yet a deep kindness. He was dressed strangely in this ragged and filthy blue jacket with what looked to be a thin hood laid on the back. There were words written in white on the jacket in a language that she didn't understand. On his legs he wore this grungy and torn set of gray trousers, while on his feet was a pair of torn and stained white shoes. He also looked really thin, as if he hadn't eaten well in years. If Cecilia had to peg his age, he would be a child about 12 years old. Who are you? Cecilia asked cautiously. A friend, I've wanted to meet you for a while. The boy said with a cheery smile. Meet me? Cecilia asked as she looked at the smiling boy. Yes, it's a long story and we don't have much time until you wake up. That little zap knocked you out quite badly. But your friends took care of you. The boy replied. Oh. I see. Who are you? Cecilia asked as she peered at the boy. My name is Timothy. Don't know what my family name is. Never met my parents. My lil sis calls me Tim, so you can call me that too. The boy named Timothy replied with another bright smile. Well, it's nice to meet you, Timothy, but where are we? Cecilia asked as she looked around. Am I dreaming? You said I would wake up. Cecilia said as she gave the young Timothy a questioning look. Well, it's kind of like a dream, I suppose. Timothy replied with a chuckle. So it's not real? It's all in my head? Cecilia asked in confusion. It was good that she wasn't dead, or was this just lies? Maybe it's just her losing her mind before death. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean it's not real. But it looks like my time here is up. You'll be waking up soon. Pity, I thought I had more time. That potion must be quite strong. Timothy said, and Cecilia started to feel drowsy, as if she was falling asleep. Probably for the best. The big guy is going to be upset if I stay here for too long. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Timothy said, but Cecilia could barely hear him now as she felt her consciousness fade. Big guy. Cecilia managed to mutter sleepily, fighting the fatigue with all she had. Oh, you'll like him, he's fun. Cecilia heard the last of his voice fade away and she slipped into unconsciousness. It was only a moment, but then she felt consciousness return, and the first thing she noticed was that her entire vision was a blurry white. As her vision focused, she realized that she was starting at her dear friend's domed head. You all right? Cecilia heard him ask, and a small smile appeared on her lips. Yes, friend. Cecilia replied through a dry hoarse throat as she gently raised a hand and touched his smooth white head. Nice to hear. You've been out for 3 days. Her dear friend said as he pulled his head back. Cecilia turned to see Mahila standing there holding a cup of water. Drink this. Mahila said as she handed Cecilia a glass. Cecilia gratefully took it as she felt the refreshing cool liquid slide down her parched throat. Thank you. 3 days, you say? I suppose the meetings were cancelled. Cecilia replied as she looked at Mahila. There was supposed to be a meeting with the other nobles of the empire a day after they were scheduled to return. The point of the meeting was to get an update on the status of the empire. The day after that was supposed to be a meeting with the other Volarian lords who had occupied Trallus's territory in the chaos of the war. Usually for things like illegal occupation, the standard procedure was to immediately demand its return or threaten military action, but Cecilia had other plans. After all, she didn't just want most of Volaria, she wanted all of it. They weren't cancelled. I didn't tell them you were knocked out, I told them you were busy. Her dear friend replied with a light chuckle. Those from our empire are still here. They decided to spend the time to re-examine their proposals and reports. The delegates from the other Volarian states, on the other hand. Her dear friend said with a cheeky grin. What? Cecilia asked with a small smile of her own. Well, they were politely told to wait in one of the guest rooms until you returned. Mahila said from the side with a small sigh. Politely told? Cecilia asked with a wry smile. They have been confined in the guest rooms for a day. They weren't that pleased, but... Her dear friend began. But you didn't care. Cecilia said, finishing his sentence as she let out another small laugh. Yep, not at all. It was a while before Cecilia was ready. In the meantime, Cecilia sent out some orders. Both the Empire's leaders and the delegates were to be assembled in the same room. It was a strange command. The meeting with the Empire's aristocrats would be disclosing some rather sensitive information. It wasn't the real secrets. All the really sensitive information would only come in private meetings on an one-to-one basis. Still, you wouldn't go waving information on your internal affairs above your head. She probably has some kind of scheme in mind as usual. To be fair, she was ever the opportunist. Breaking with established practice has a tendency to disarm and create unease. Let's see how Cecilia plays this little game. When we got back from the font, I noticed Cecilia's vitals were jumping all over the place. It looked like she was having a strange dream. But I guess getting shocked like that would mess you up slightly. I know the brain runs on electric currents for sending signals. There was a spell that allowed someone to short-circuit that flow and cause the target to fall unconscious. Cecilia, of course, having been passed out for 2 days and having not bathed in 3, was not immediately fit to meet the important men and women of the region. So she ended up taking a bath and having a quick meal of buttered bread and juice before heading out. However, as we waited, I looked at Mahila and saw, as usual, she was her usual broody self. She always did this act of calm confidence, but I could tell she was miserable. Tell me, little goddess of war, why are you always so glum? I asked nonchalantly as Mahila shot me a look with her sterling eyes. Because everything I had is gone except for some scant traces. Also, what is with that line? Are you some aristocratic orator now? Tell me, little goddess of war. Glum? Mahila said as she raised an eyebrow. A flight of fancy. But I suppose you feel powerless? Like you are too small in the world? I asked, and Mahila narrowed her eyes at my comment. I could tell she got my hidden message. She said she would give us the long story of why she was here in the first place. But thus far Cecilia was unconscious, but now that she was awake I was expecting an answer. Most do not have the power to change the world. Mahila replied. Well, I guess once you travel enough the world seems smaller. Not as dramatic once you know what's out there. Kinda takes the magic out of the world, I suppose. I replied as I thought back to the primordial font. It was always this crazy place in my mind, but now that I've been there it does seem far more mundane. The world isn't smaller, there's just less in it. Mahila replied with a small sigh. What has less in it? Cecilia asked as the door of the bath opened. The world. I replied, and Cecilia paused for a moment before looking at Mahila. Well, then we have to fill it up again, don't we? Cecilia asked, and I saw Mahila crack a small smile at those words. Hopefully we can. With any luck we just might. Mahila replied as she returned to her old broody self, and we all turned towards the door. When we arrived at the meeting hall, I saw it certainly had an awkward atmosphere. At the head of the table was a grand empty chair. Basically Cecilia's seat. On the right and slightly behind the chair was my trusty cushion. The seating arrangement of those at the table was also far from random. On her immediate right was Duchess Yadharia of Cathay. The Duchess has been firmly cemented as Cecilia's most trusted advisor based on ability alone. In terms of combined talent and experience, few could even come close to her. Although the 5 that came next were not to be scoffed at either. The layout of the seating was based on how much regard Cecilia had for those individuals. The seating arrangement was dictated by Cecilia, and she occasionally shifted it, clearly indicating to those attending that there was a very clear path to her side. Simply put, perform, prove your worth, merit will be rewarded. Everyone who was close to her was there for a reason, and no one at the table could deny it. The seating arrangement goes as follows: Cecilia's closest vassal was on her immediate right. Then the second was on her immediate left, the third shifted to the second on the right, and the fourth went over to the left again. This went on and on until I counted 50 seats. Still, despite the size of the empire and the many new upstart lords and ladies in probationary positions, the seats weren't even half filled. Not just anyone was allowed into the room, you had to earn the right to be privy to the most pertinent matters of the state. Anyone with a position that had the required competency was allowed in. For instance, I could see Beatrice and Vilmel, the former adventurer guild master of Averlin, seated a few chairs down. As for who was seated close to her, the top 6 goes as follows: Duchess Yadharia of Cathay, the Spider Sarna, the Lord Warden Gabrian, the Lord Enchanter of Istland Farron, the Royal Bestiarian Beatrice, and Grand General Montes of the Volarian Protectorate. If there was any other indication that the seating was based on merit, it was that Maria, Cecilia's cousin, was position 12 on the seating arrangement. She didn't even make the top 10, it wasn't because she was bad, it was just because everyone else was better. But in her defense, she wasn't that ambitious, she never tried to prove herself. She was perfectly happy just running her new domain from her ancestral seat as she carried her new baby in her belly. Not that she was any the wiser on the latter fact, but she would figure it out soon enough. Looks like she and her new husband have been very busy. The final interesting thing was the cause of this rather awkward atmosphere. At the end of the table, and I mean all the way at the end, was seated the delegates from the 4 remaining Western Volarian states that were still independent. There was this significant gap of seating, leaving the delegates feeling very isolated and also vaguely insulted. I say vaguely because I could tell they were afraid. They have been basically held hostage under my orders, and now they were looking at me in the flesh. It was plainly obvious I could kill everything in this room if I wanted to. Contrast that to the strange calm of those within the room, which included a very pregnant Beatrice who was behaving strangely, to say the least. Judging by her belly, it looked like she was due in a few weeks at most. So the sight of a pregnant woman staring calmly at the stack of parchment in front of her as if there wasn't a giant man-eating monster in the room would certainly be disconcerting. I plopped myself on top of my cushion and watched as the entire room seemed confused about this whole arrangement. After all, why would you invite potential enemies to this meeting on state affairs? Everyone except Beatrice, she was still engrossed in her notes. Honestly, at times I feel that girl isn't just in her own world, she's in her own separate dimension. Now then, shall we begin? Cecilia said calmly as she took a seat, and I saw Duchess Yadharia give the Lord Warden a look, and he shrugged slightly. Empress, may I ask why? Duchess Yadharia asked as she turned her gaze to the pale-faced delegates at the end of the table. They think they are here to negotiate with me in the hopes of keeping their stolen territory. Cecilia said calmly as she shifted her ice-cold gaze to the delegates, who visibly flinched when her eyes locked onto them. Are you not? Cecilia asked, and the group slowly nodded apprehensively. Well, I'm not here to negotiate with you on that, Cecilia said calmly, and the delegates gave each other confused looks. I'm here to make you an offer. Chapter 115, The Offer for the Future. I looked at the stiff delegates as their eyes shifted around the room in uncertainty. The whole room was looking at them in confusion. This wasn't a completely unexpected reaction, the delay of the meeting, both parties being in the same room, and the strange statement of an offer. Talks about illegally seized territory usually involve strong arm politics and outright threats of war. Yet the Empress was here saying she had an offer? As to the offer, we will get to that later. You will understand soon enough, Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to her vassals. She calmly nodded at Duchess Yadharia, and indicated to her that the meeting shall begin. Empress, as you are aware, we have been running experiments with druidic magic on the harvest. Since it's summer, we have some samples for you to inspect. The winter apples and the accelerated grains are currently available for your review, Duchess Yadharia said as she gestured to two of her servants that approached with an ornate crate. The crate was made of wood and decorated with gold and platinum embroidery. It was also rather new. Duchess Yadharia Eversly had made the embroidery with sigil of the Averlanian Empire rather than House Cathay. The servants opened the chest next to her and she took out the biggest apple I have ever seen. The results are surprising to say the least, Duchess Yadharia said with a wry smile as she placed it on the table. I am sure this is as large as a baby's head, Duchess Yadharia commented as Cecilia looked at the apple with great interest. That just looks like a red melon, Lord Enchanter Farron commented in fascination. This is from druidic magic, you say? Lord Enchanter Farron said as he leaned forward to examine the giant apple from across the table. What about taste and nutrition? Cecilia asked. The nutrition is satisfactory, in fact we suspect it is superior to the average apple. I have ordered cider fermented as an additional test. As for the taste, perhaps you can decide for yourself, Duchess Yadharia said as she snapped her fingers and a nearby door opened with servants holding platters of sliced apples. The servants went around handing each of the seated individuals slices of apples. Funnily enough, the delegates also got slices, and up until this point I have never seen someone awkwardly take and eat a slice of apple. Although the skin is a lot thicker, these apples need to be peeled before consumption, Duchess Yadharia said as the table all took a bite out of an apple slice. It's very good, sweet. Although I think the Lord Warden might prefer the old apples, Lord Enchanter Farron said with a sly smile. Then I heard a creak as the Lord Warden turned his helmed head and shot a glare at the Lord Enchanter. Why? Is this not to your tastes, Gabrian? Cecilia asked as she looked at the Lord Warden. It's because he likes his apples unpeeled. He likes to crunch through them, Lord Enchanter Farron replied with a chuckle. In response, Cecilia let out a small laugh that was joined by Duchess Yadharia. Fear not, Lord Warden, we are growing some regular apples as well. I will be sure to send you a steady supply, Duchess Yadharia said, and the Lord Warden gave her a stiff nod of thanks in response. It's kind of funny how even the big strong man in thick plate armor still has some small little pleasures, like the apples he eats having skin. As for the other aspects, the wheat is going well. We have taken the first accelerated harvest and tested it. The quality is satisfactory, the bread created was satisfactory to the bakers. I tried some myself and it was indistinguishable from normal bread. As for the enlarged stalks, I am still unsure, but I predict there might be some issues with the size of the grain, Duchess Yadharia said as she pulled out a stalk of unripe wheat. That's quite large, Cecilia muttered as she gazed at the stalk of green wheat that had a bulb the size of her forearm. Yes, the flour may be too coarse for conventional processing methods. We will need to experiment once the harvest comes, Duchess Yadharia replied with a nod. Also, the second batch of accelerated wheat will have its harvest slightly into winter. For this year we can use druidic magic to tide over the harvest to survive when the snows first falls. We will still need more time to fully optimize the harvest cycle, Duchess Yadharia added, and Cecilia nodded in understanding. Very well, keep me updated. Anything else? Cecilia asked, and Duchess Yadharia shook her head in response. Excellent, that should be more than enough to tide over any chances of famine in Volaria. The grain prices will drop with us managing to double to harvest. This means that the various provinces may need to diversify their crops to include more luxurious products like fruit and even honey, Cecilia said as she flipped one of the parchments in front of her. As she finished, she looked up and everyone at the table nodded. Now then, Sarna, you mentioned you have something to tell me, Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to the second seat at the table. Two things actually, but one of which involves sensitive information. Sarina said as she glanced at the delegates at the end of the table. How sensitive? Cecilia asked. Barely sensitive enough to be potentially said at this table. Barely, Sarina said, and Cecilia nodded for her to go ahead. The more mundane first point covers the few resistance movements that have appeared. All of them have been tagged and identified. Sarina said with a small smug smile. I assume the Knight of White Blades is ready. Cecilia asked as she raised a brow. Already completed actually as of last night. I will have the full report sent to you once the facts are compiled. Some rats may have slipped the net. I will let you know if some of them have managed to slip away. Sarina replied. They won't get far, rats do not live long. Whether it be within the Empire or beyond it. Cecilia said as she looked up at the delegates who all flinched in response. And the second point? Cecilia asked. The preparations for Operation Imperia are complete. My agents have fully infiltrated the other Volarian states. At your command the royal heads of the remaining Volarian states will roll. Sarina said calmly. At those words they went silent. I looked at the delegates and I saw their faces go as pale as parchment. You are saying this because you do not think your plans can be thwarted. Cecilia said as a smile crossed her lips. It is already far too late to stop it. The rot runs deep in what remains of withered Volaria. The past few centuries have not been kind to the royal houses. The corruption, court filled with sycophants, more factions than they have population centers. It was almost too easy to get in, a few promises, some bribes, next thing you know I own half the court. Sarina replied as she turned to look at the delegates. Tell me Lord Ferens, how is your wife? Sarina asked as she looked at the delegate from Jeria. What? The delegate from Jeria stammered. And your child, did she like my gift of chocolate-coated strawberries? They are your daughter's favorite after all. Sarina said as her cruel smile widened and Lord Ferens's face grew paler and paler. I couldn't help but let out a low laugh at her words. Sarina was called the spider for a reason, her arms and eyes need only a target. Then she starts to spin her web and soon your whole nation was snared. Then the only thing left for her to sink her venom-filled fangs in your nation's neck. We never had to resort to it so far, but it was always an option. Your daughter, Faria. Cute girl, 12 years old, dirty blonde hair, a little short for her age, although she is blooming early. Likes the color blue, favorite food chocolate-covered strawberries, doesn't like pork, favorite piece of jewelry is a gift from your sister. Sarina said and Lord Ferens didn't even have the strength to reply. You know Jeria is a lost cause, your standing in court is non-existent. That's why they sent you here, your own countrymen half expected you to get eaten by the great beast. Sending a delegate to argue for illegally taken territory. Territory taken from an empire now almost 10 times your size. Jeria is a speck, a stone on the road, one the Empire can kick aside with ease. Sarina said and Cecilia let out a small chuckle. Sounds like your wife did you a favor. When your nation bends over backwards there might be a better future for your family. If all of you toe the line of course. Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to the other delegates. I assume you know quite a bit about the rest of them. Cecilia asked as she stared at the other 3 pale-faced delegates. The courts may be filled with fools but they aren't complete imbeciles. No one actually thinks these 4 will be able to negotiate any good terms. It's just a formality if anything. 1 month of debating who is going to be the sacrificial lamb isn't exactly hard to detect. They didn't exactly keep it a secret either. Sarina replied with a shrug. I see, listen well you 4, you will want to pay attention for when my offer eventually arrives. Cecilia said as she shifted her gaze to the next person which happened to be the Lord Warden. This one was interesting because this was also where Cecilia planned to give him one of the swords we found in the last vault. There were some minor updates from the Lord Warden. It mostly covered how the plan to blockade Jeria was ready to go at any time. So with that we could effectively starve one of the Volarian states with a naval blockade and a cessation of trade. Well, there is nothing they can do about it honestly. Even if I disappear tomorrow along with the rest of my hive, Averlin still has more than enough power to clean up this continent. As for what lies beyond in Mugama in the east or the ancient lands of the west, that was a different matter. In Mugama to the east you will find a land, animals and people twisted by ancient magic. To the lands of the distant west you will find the land of the ancient elves, the shadow lands of the vampires and the pyroclastic hell of Umbra. But those were lands far away from our border, at least for now. When it was time to hand over the sword, I saw the Lord Warden look at Cecilia curiously as she mentioned that I have a gift for him. A gift? The Lord Warden asked curiously. Yes, a gift. I have a collection of trinkets that might interest you humans, I said with a grin as I turned my head to a guard who was standing next to me. He immediately picked up the case that was on a nearby tray and approached the Lord Warden. The Lord Warden stood up and approached the man. He gave Cecilia a look as if asking permission to open the case, and Cecilia calmly gestured for him to go ahead. It's my friend's gift, I am sure you will like it. I was quite impressed as well when I first saw it. I have never seen anything like it. Cecilia mused as she leaned back into her chair and looked at the Lord Warden. The Lord Warden opened the case and I saw his vitals jump in excitement. He reached in and pulled an ornate silver sword. The blade was faintly blue and it looked more white than silver. Near the base of the blade there were 5 glowing blue runes. The guard was made of a pale silver metal, the grip was wrapped in this beige leather and the pommel was also the same silver material. The pommel was shaped like a bear's head with the eyes being made of sapphires. Does it have a name? Lord Warden asked as he marveled at the blade and he gripped it by the handle. It was a great sword similar to the ones he always used, except for the fact it was actually superior in every way. It might have had one at some point. I replied nonchalantly. At some point? The Lord Warden asked. I don't pay much attention to human trinkets. Name it if you want, it doesn't matter to me. I replied, and the Lord Warden paused as he gazed at the sword. You can only name that which is beneath you or when a name is requested. Since you now own this sword, you decide what it is swung at. I said, and the Lord Warden paused as he gazed at it. Oathkeeper. That is its name. I shall use it in the name of the Empire, so my successors will remember our oath to Elysia. This sword will strike at your request, Empress. The Lord Warden said as he turned his gaze to Cecilia, who smiled and nodded. The other speakers at the table had more mundane things to report. There were a few interesting things here and there. One of which was from the Lord Enchanter, who said the formation of a new research division in Everlyn was progressing nicely. A lot of applicants and volunteers, apparently every mage worth his or her salt wanted to be part of this. To any mage the job offer was tantalizing. The new research division was supposed to explore old magical technologies and find useful applications for them. The Lord Enchanter said the new division also wanted younger applicants so that they could grow into the role. As a result, many of the professors of the Mage Institute in Istland have been inundated with requests for recommendation letters. Many of the younger mages in Istland have been calling this the opportunity of a lifetime, which isn't that far off from the truth. Cecilia was promising much prestige and social advancement to those of this new research division. Cecilia didn't just want the cream of the cream, she only wanted the cherries on top of the cream. So calling a position in this new research division a most coveted position would be an understatement. This research division would also work closely with the Bestiary Institute of Everlyn because some of the technology will also not be built in the usual sense. Most of these mages were used to working with wood, metal and ether crystals. But now they would be working with flesh. I had created a queen specifically for this little group, and now Maligaros was also attached to this little research division. Honestly, I expected great things from this new division, especially considering all the resources being poured in. General Montes reported low morale among his soldiers due to occupation forces. The soldiers were mostly the remnants of the old Tralis army. Every soldier has been given the choice to leave the army if they so choose. The prisoners of war have been mostly released and they were offered positions in the military. However, those POWs that invaded Elysia are still being held in labor camps to serve their sentence. The current army of the newly formed Volarian Protectorate consisted of 40,000 men. A mere shadow of the past military strength of almost 140,000 soldiers. Volaria lost almost 80,000 soldiers in the war, so their strength was severely depleted. The Volarian Protectorate consisted of Tralis and Berylis, both of which were now under the direct command of Everlyn. The army was quite disconcerted due to the fact the current occupation hive in Volaria was none other than Warbrood Naphis, which also had the highest soldier count of 40,000. It also fielded 100 commando variant adjutants and the 4 gigantodons, which were the giant armored beasts designed to smash down gates. The Warbrood was mostly unburrowed and wandering the region to dissuade any thoughts of rebellion. Most Volarians knew them at a glance. their soldiers were all upgraded variants with special markings, and they were also the ones that led the assault on the capital. Sarna had also spread rumors that the warbrood guarding Volaria was the most dangerous and ruthless warbrood of them all, which to the average listener meant that the nation was filled with the great beast's most dangerous soldiers. Montes was instructed to try to calm the soldiers but also tell them the warbrood wasn't going anywhere. Only when all resistance has been stamped out then warbrood Nafas may be switched out for a weaker one. The rest of the speakers at the table either had nothing interesting to report or nothing at all. Whatever projects they were tasked with was just progressing smoothly with nothing much to report. So with the meeting over, that just left one last thing. So now that you understand how far my empire outclasses your nations, I want to give you all an offer. Cecilia said as she stared at the delegates. What is the offer, Empress? One of the delegates asked softly. It's quite simple really. I want Volaria chopped up into little harmless pieces. The lands you took you may keep if you swear allegiance to me. If you refuse then you will return the territory that you took. If you refuse again to return it then I will go and take it. Cecilia said. But my nation and Borea did not take any territory. The Jeria delegate replied. Indeed, there are other benefits on the table. I know all of you can't agree to anything. You all are messengers at best and sacrificial lambs at worst. Cecilia said as she smiled and the delegates all shivered slightly. Go home to your lands, tell them my offer and to send a real delegate. Chapter 116 Weapon Tests. I held up the new Fosy crystal as I stared at the new shape I designed. The Fosy crystals were interesting to say the least. The old techniques resulted in a large allocation of ether just to stabilize the output. The natural crystals had a specific shape, or perhaps a rough specific shape would be more accurate. Since the Fosy crystals are naturally formed ether crystals with a rare shape, they were never perfect. One couldn't cut an ether crystal like a sapphire or a ruby. Trying to do so just causes an explosion if the ether crystal was charged, or just breaking the crystal if it is uncharged. But this Fosy crystal was not a natural crystal, it was an artificial creation of mine. The biggest inefficiency of the past crystals was based on their imperfect shape, resulting in an unstable power output. Thus any device utilizing the unique properties of a Fosy crystal needs many enchantments to stabilize the ether output. These Fosy crystals are usually drained, and then act as lenses for ether released by the user. The shape was a specific one. It resembles a typical gem shape used for diamonds with an extended lower half, creating an almost teardrop shape. The books I read indicate that the closer to this teardrop shape the Fosy crystal was, the more powerful it was. I looked down at the natural Fosy crystal and noted how the teardrop shape was almost bent with numerous jagged protrusions. All these imperfections caused the ether to arc away in unpredictable and wasteful ways. However, with this new Fosy crystal all those problems are resolved. This one was perfectly shaped. I took some inspiration from some gem cuts used by normal jewelry. Of particular interest to me was the kind of cuts used in earrings and pendants, since they often used a teardrop shape for their gems. Two designs that I have narrowed it down to were briolette and pample cuts. The briolette cut was rounder with less facets on the cut, so it was cheaper to produce. The pample had more sharp angles and more facets. The pample was also much longer than the briolette cut, resembling closer to a spear point than a teardrop. Both had slightly different properties. The rounded and shorter briolette cut seemed better for Fosy blades, and as for the prototype guns I was making, I could edit the shape slightly to do something. Are we testing that one first? I heard Cecilia ask from beside me. I looked down and saw her staring at the gem with great interest. In fact, she has been staring at all the gems with great interest. You really like gems, huh? I asked Riley, and I saw Cecilia shoot me an amused look at my teasing jab. I will admit I am quite fond of gems, but I prefer the kind of gems that have certain magical applications. Cecilia replied with a chuckle. So shall we get started? This briolette gem has a weird effect when I do the cut like this, I said as I turned away from the pedestals that held the testing crystals. I walked over to a pair of devices. One was metal and the other was made of flesh, bone and carapace. Next to the metal one I saw Mahila fiddling with the mechanism within the device. Final adjustments? I asked as Mahila turned around to look at me. I recently let Mahila into the black box. It was a bit of a risk, but she completed her end of the bargain. Also, honestly, some good faith would be a good idea. There was a demon hiding in the shadows influencing the pieces on the board. The syndicate was basically under the board everywhere and nowhere at the same time, while Heaven was staring down at the board from above ready to flip the whole board at any time. So I need powerful pieces to ensure we don't get sacrificed like pawns. Mahila told me the syndicate has gone astray from the original path of the first cult. They were obsessed with their little vendetta against the angels. Mahila's concern was the same as mine. If they were truly interested in helping me, where the hell were they? They could have showed up by now, but they are deciding to hide. Mahila tells me she knows where they are in Everlyn now, but she tells me it's pointless to go after them. They will be long gone before we even arrive. They only appear when they want to. Of course, I'm not stupid. I know there may be some groups who slander the other groups. Every group needs me to turn the tide against Heaven. So getting in my good graces was essential. Just from that, it can be easily inferred there was a conflict of interest between the groups. Any faction could potentially undermine each other in my eyes and profit from it. Yet the syndicate knows Mahila was here, yet they continue to remain hidden. That can only mean one thing: they have a way to keep tabs on me. But I suppose that was something for later. Mahila was already very forthcoming, and I could tell she wasn't lying about the syndicate stuff. "You ready?" I asked as I looked down at Mahila, who had her tongue slightly out as she tweaked something on the device. "Almost. I'm not as good of an artificer as Gramps, but this should be fine," Mahila replied as I saw her hand turn. Then I heard a satisfying click. "All good?" I asked, and Mahila nodded. "These cheap materials aren't easy to work with, but it's all we will have if we decide to mass produce it," Mahila said as she took the device off the mount that held it up. The device was of my design. Mahila and Cecilia think it's genius. Mahila especially praised its ergonomics and the sight that allowed for more accurate aiming. They of course had no idea where I got this idea from. The device was basically a gun made from mithril, and it had a wood stock body. At the tip of the barrel was a little module that could slot in a Fosy crystal to change the firing pattern. Mahila hefted the prototype Fosy gun and placed it against her shoulder, as she tested the sight to ensure it was working. Modeling this similar to a crossbow was a good idea. I was going to build it like a staff, but this is far better, Mahila admitted as she lowered the gun and removed the module at the tip. The module was basically a cylinder to house the Fosy crystal, and you were supposed to attach it to the tip of the gun. I handed her the Fosy crystal and she placed it into the little brace in the module. "This the scatter shot one?" Mahila asked as she checked the dials on the side of the gun. "Yeah, I changed the angles on it slightly. It should increase the accuracy now," I replied, and Mahila nodded as she took up a firing position. As she did so, the nearby fleshy wall opened, revealing a prisoner who was gagged and blindfolded. A nearby adjutant research assistant affixed a mithril breastplate onto his chest as he squirmed in his restraints. "Another rapist?" Mahila asked. "Murderer actually. This guy caught his wife cheating, so he killed her and the guy that was sleeping with her with an axe," I replied as the assistant finished fixing the chest plate. Mahila has mixed feelings about this human test subject thing, but I could tell each time I told her their crimes she seemed to relax a little. Perhaps the fact that these were all condemned criminals helped soothe her conscience. Well, she wouldn't have to deal with this much anyway. I have started shipping pig carcasses to the black box. Crime was down, like way down. The Empire was now probably the safest nation in the world. I got like 2 condemned criminals last month and only 1 the month before. If mandatory volunteer test subjects were an industry, it would be in free fall. So now I have to settle for pigs and only use the actual criminals for the final tests. If you are using that one, I assume you are confident that this design will work?" Cecilia asked as she crossed her arms and looked at the squirming man. "Well, I plan to use him twice. The scattershot crystal isn't that effective at this range anyway," I replied, and Mahila took aim. "Remember to be fast on the sedative," Mahila said as she turned to glance at me, and I smirked as I saw her give me a glare in response. "Yeah, I know I don't have many of these guys left. Have to make the most of what I have," I replied, and Mahila paused as she turned to look at me. "I've wanted to ask this, but why don't you make some human torsos to test?" Mahila asked as she raised a brow. "Already tried, the pain response isn't right. Not sure what it is, but those fake bodies don't really react properly to damage," I said, and Mahila turned away for a moment as if thinking. Then after a brief pause she raised the gun again as she took aim. "Scatter shot, test 17," Mahila said as she made final adjustments. "Ready whenever you are." I replied, and I saw a flash of blue as the gun fired. It released a spray of small beams of ether energy. The man screamed into his gag as he was absolutely peppered with the beams. "Oh, quiet, you big baby," I said as I sent the message into the hive to knock him out. The damage was minor at this distance. He was only screaming because one of the shots hit his eye. The mithril plate deflected all of the shots, and some of the shots hit the man's limbs. The burns were shallow and he was in no immediate danger. "Accuracy is better," Cecilia remarked as we began walking over to the now unconscious man. "Power too by the looks of it," I added as I stared at the burns. It went through the skin and a good portion of the muscle, but it didn't reach bone on the biceps. "Shallow wounds, this is probably only effective at extremely close range," Mahila noted. Then I think we may need to reevaluate this scatter shot idea, doesn't seem that effective," I said as I gazed at the slightly injured body of the man. "Back to the drawing board, I suppose," Mahila said as she looked at the nearby hive assistant who approached and healed the wounds. "Perhaps a more portable design. Like you pull it out of your pocket and you just fire it into your target's face," I replied. Mahila and Cecilia paused for a moment before nodding slightly. "Yes, that could work. I'll look into it," Mahila said as we shifted our attention to the mithril breastplate. The assistant was taking it off, but just from the front it looks like the shots were blocked by the mithril plate. After a quick examination, it was revealed that none of the bolts penetrated to any decent degree. It wasn't that good of a result, honestly, considering this one was unenchanted. "Now onto the more exciting one," I said, and Cecilia smirked as we turned away from the limp body. Mahila did the same with the other crystal and attached it onto the gun. This was the Pample cut gem, and it was designed for a more general purpose. It would be your standard rifle that fires a single, accurate and high-powered shot. This crystal was wide at the base but narrowed into small points where the beam would appear, concentrating the ether as it traveled from the base to the tip. "Wake that wretch up," Cecilia said, and the assistant nodded as the fleshy wall dispensed this cocktail of chemicals into the man through a tube that was attached to his back. The man stirred and his eyes widened as he saw Mahila aiming the rifle at him again. He started to thrash again. It was unfortunate, but that split moment of pain helped me gauge the pain based on the jumping of the vitals. If something hurts enough, it can incapacitate even if it does not kill. "Standard piercing, test 54," Mahila said, and the assistant nodded in recognition. The mithril breastplate has only taken superficial damage, and most importantly, the part Mahila was aiming at was untouched, so it could be reused. Once the breastplate refixed onto the man's chest, Mahila fired. This one was a bright blue bolt that shot in a clean straight line. I saw the shot hit the breastplate right where the heart would be, and I saw a flash as the bolt hit the wall behind the man. I could see this smoking hole in the breastplate, and the man went limp. The shot went straight through the breastplate, into the heart, and right out the other side. "I guess we can try it with an enchanted breastplate now," Cecilia muttered as she stared at the corpse. "Yes, that went right through," Mahila admitted as we observed the smoking hole in the breastplate. "Well, at least we have something to test out if Varia acts any stupider," Cecilia muttered as she rolled her eyes. "Why did you get a reply?" I asked. "It was about 2 weeks after the meeting, and I have been holed up here ever since. So I had no idea what was going on in the political sphere." "Yes," Cecilia replied with a small sigh. "Varia is perhaps the most isolated of the nations, yet they insist on defying me. Jeria bent the knee. Vororia and Boria decided to ally with the Lizardkin in a coalition to defend against the Empire as expected. Also, they gave the land back to prevent war. So if our first little scheme doesn't work, then we may eventually get to test out this new technology in the field," Cecilia said. "At least the other three made wise decisions, but why didn't Varia join the coalition?" I asked, and Cecilia gave me a small smirk in response. "The Lizardkin refused to join if Varia was included. It makes sense. Varia is impossible to defend in the event of a war, so the Lizardkin don't want to risk getting dragged into a continental war over a lost cause," Cecilia replied. Makes sense," I admitted as my mind wandered to the little scheme we had concocted. The underlying objective was still to come across as benevolent, so assassinating the entire court or directly blockading them and starving them was not the first option on the table. "I guess I'll get ready to deploy the Blight across Voloria. Nothing like a little famine relief to buy us karma points with the angels. Hopefully the Volorians will love us after this." Now we just gotta wait until it rains, then I can deploy it. Gotta make it look convincing, I said, and Cecilia nodded. I will start shipping food into the greater Volarian region on the pretense of emergency food stores for averting famine and social aid for displaced citizens in Tralis and Burles. Cecilia replied with a nod. Great, with any luck this will be enough to get most of them on our side. After all, I said as my smile widened and the clicking sound of fangs striking each other echoed out into the room. The key to someone's heart is their stomach. I know this all too well. Chapter 117, Divine Intervention. Balder Frostfang paced his cabin. His fuse was short and he was beyond irritable. The goddamn Devonians had them sitting off their shore for months. They were refugees running from the north after the war between the Syndicate and the Angels turned their home into a barren wasteland. The Devonians were giving him a load of crap, saying the decisions of the council took much deliberation. On some level Balder understood why it was taking so long. Balder had almost 100,000 refugees from the northern continent under him. It wasn't an easy request to just ask another nation to take them all in, especially given Devonia's history with the Northerners. The history of the northern clans was that they originated as exiles from Devonia. Their ancestors were essentially left to die in the frozen wastes, but they somehow managed to survive and even thrive. Things aren't nearly that bad in recent centuries. Clan Frostfang has maintained healthy trade relations with the Devonian Empire for quite some time. In fact, Balder's clan was arguably the clan with the most experience dealing with Devonians. Clan Frostfang traded furs and certain teas made from winter flowers to Devonia in exchange for luxuries like wine, jewelry and exotic cheeses. The cheese was a peculiar quirk because cows couldn't survive in the north, so all the northern cheese was made from goat's milk. Only problem was that Balder was very aware that the Devonians viewed the Northerns as barbarians. The bandit tribes on the western part of the northern continent certainly didn't help that perception. Although the bandits usually raided the other tribes, still the story spread and now many Devonians do not view the Northerners positively. Balder could hear their condescension in their tone in every negotiation. Every time Balder spoke with one of the delegates for the past months, he has heard the disdain dipping from their lips. What's worse, they were extorting him and his people because they knew they had no options. Balder was forced to buy food and repair materials for the ships at exorbitant prices. The worst part was that Devonia not only traded in coins, slaves were also a commodity that was highly prized. Balder would never have sold his own people. Personally, we would rather they all starve to death or drown rather than turn on each other. However, his people had different ideas. When word got around that the Devonians were willing to pay a good price for fighting men for their fighting pits and beautiful women for horse, some came forward as volunteers. At first Balder denied them, but after repeated insistence he caved. The children grew thinner with each passing day, the elders grew weak and many passed in their sleep. Some women miscarried due to lack of nutrition, and desperation was starting to take hold amongst his people. However, no one questioned his leadership. Everyone knew despite how corrupt and flawed Devonia was, this was still their best option. The valley wouldn't take this many people, the eastern Volarians would use them for forays into the Muguman jungle. In that scenario, pretty much all the men would be thrown into that god-forsaken jungle. They would have better luck in the Devonian fighting pits. At least in the arena they were fighting other humans and not whatever horrors were prowling that ancient jungle. They could go further south to western Volaria and maybe even to Elysia. But there were some crazy rumors coming from the south. There was apparently a war that just concluded and the Elysians won. The rumors were that there was some giant golden feathered monster roaming the lands and it commanded this army of monsters. Also, the monsters coexisted with humans and the monster was friends with the empress of the newly united Elysia. Honestly, it sounded like a madman's ravings or just slander from the Volarians. The rumors were hinted to have come from displaced Volarian adventurers. So it could be that they were trying to make themselves look good by painting themselves as having survived a monster crisis down south, but that was someone else's problem. For now he had more pressing issues. Brother. Balder heard the soft voice of his 12-year-old sister Astrid from the side. He turned to see her big blue eyes staring at him. He felt his heart ache as he saw how she was thinner than before. Even though she was his sister and could be allowed more food, Astrid decided to take the normal rations in solidarity with the others. Yes, Astrid. Balder replied as he gave her a brave smile and placed a gentle hand on her head. Are we ever going home? Astrid asked, her voice small and brittle. Balder felt his voice catch in his throat. I don't know. Balder replied as his smile turned sad and wistful. Oh. Then I hope our new home will be nice. Astrid replied with a small sigh. Balder could tell she was tired of all this, and honestly so was he. When he was younger he loved sailing, but now he couldn't wait to settle down on dry land. The sea was unforgiving when you had no port to call home. Pirates, naga, and all manner of creatures prowled the waves, but Balder should count himself lucky. At least he didn't need to sail the Azure Sea where the Great Serpent ruled. Stories say the Great Serpent Serchix was an ancient beast that was worshipped by the Naga and the Mugumans. This wasn't some simple piece of trivia, even the angels could not control Muguma. Defy the jungle and you will find the trees themselves fighting you. But you know, brother, I am sure we will be just fine. Astrid suddenly said, and Balder saw a brave smile appear on her smile. A smile that didn't look too different from his own when he tried to put up a front. Yes, I am sure we will be. Balder replied as he pulled his dearest sister into an embrace. Also, brother, there is something I want to tell you. Astrid said as she separated herself. What is it? Balder asked, and he saw her fidget slightly before she reached for the gold necklace she was wearing. I know you are requesting for valuables from the people so that we can buy more food. Astrid began, but Balder knew what she was going to say. Astrid, that's from Mother. Balder replied as his mind went to his deceased parents who were in their hold when the Archangel Mihail leveled it with his blazing sword Daedalus. I know, but Mother wouldn't have wanted. Astrid began, but Balder heard her voice crack as she mentioned their mother. Astrid. Balder began, but Astrid shook her head as she roughly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. No, Mother wouldn't have wanted us to starve over jewelry. I shouldn't get special treatment just because I'm from House Frostfang. We are all in this together. Astrid said as she shakily extended her hand and held out the necklace. Balder could tell she was really struggling to offer it. A part of him wanted to deny her to spare her the pain, but in her shaky gaze she saw the same determination as those who volunteered to be sold to the Devonians. So Balder took the necklace and placed it into his pocket. He pulled Astrid into another embrace. He could feel she was shaking. This was the last thing they had of their mother. It was a gift for Astrid long ago. You've grown up so fast. Balder said as he gently stroked the back of her head. Astrid didn't reply as she buried her head into his chest. Balder in that moment decided to allow himself a little selfishness. He decided to sell his sister's necklace last. He knew she wouldn't want that, but he wanted to hold out on some small hope that she would hold on to the final reminder of her mother. Jarl, the Devonians are here. Balder heard the familiar voice of his right-hand man Gorm say as he opened the door of his cabin. I will be right there. Balder replied without releasing his dear sister. He saw the stoic look on Gorm's face as he avoided looking at Astrid, pretending he didn't see this moment of tenderness. I will inform them. Gorm replied gruffly as he closed the door far more gently than usual. He knew what this meant to Balder, and him acknowledging this private moment could be construed as weakness. Jarls were expected to be stoic and strong, not tender and loving. After the door closed, Balder felt Astrid extract herself from his embrace, and she gave Balder a look before nodding. Balder smiled as he kissed the top of her head and got ready for another meeting that could save his people but will probably go nowhere. Astrid gave him one last encouraging nod and he moved to exit his cabin. It took a while for his eyes to adjust to the light. The cabin wasn't that well lit, and the first thing he saw was a ship with gold sails on the starboard side. He glanced at his own ship and saw the old yellowed sails. The ships were old and definitely not as well maintained as the Devonian fleet, even when they had access to a port in the north. Ah, Jarl Balder Frostfang. How are you on this fine day? The delegate from Devonia said. He was a pudgy man in his 40s. His entire figure spoke of a life of excess, rotund belly, chubby cheeks and flabby arms. His brown hair looked healthy even if a bit sparse with a balding head. His black eyes were alight with cunning, and Balder could see the telltale signs of makeup on his brown skin. Lord Gowher, a pleasure to see you. Balder said with a false smile. The pleasure is mine, Jarl Frostfang. Gowher replied with a wide smile that held all the charisma of a man trying to sell a leaking ship. So what would you be interested in buying today? Gowher asked. I was thinking we could perhaps discuss entrance into the Devonian Empire first. Balder replied. Ah yes, that, well, as you know, the ship of state is a slow-turning vessel. Your case will be brought up again within the meeting a week from now. The Lord I spoke to with regards to your request, he said he could be persuaded to advocate for your case if he was offered something special. Gowher said, but he lowered his voice towards the end. Gowher beckoned Balder to approach and Balder did so. He leaned in and waited for Gowher to whisper whatever it was into his ear. You see, Jarl, the Lord prefers younger partners for his bed. Preferably young boys. Gowher said, and Balder physically recoiled at those words. Absolutely not. Balder shouted in response, losing his temper for a moment. Come now, Jarl, is not the sacrifice of a few worth the sacrifice of the whole? The divine commands us to always serve the greater good. Gowher replied. No, I will not do such a thing. I will never agree to it. Balder said coldly. Agree to what? A graceful feminine voice suddenly rang out above them. Balder looked up and blanched pale as he saw the beautiful visage of Uriel the Archangel. She had flowing gold hair, glowing white eyes, beautiful white skin and 6 white wings on her back. On her head was a blazing halo made of gold fire and on her back was a gold ring that glowed with arcane runes. Balder looked around and noted that she was alone this time. There were no guards like last time. Why would an archangel be here? Divine One. Gowher exclaimed as he fell to his knees and clasped the rosary around his neck along with the rest of his guards. What were you refusing to agree to? Uriel asked as she turned her gaze to Balder. Balder flinched as he looked at Uriel's face. He could tell she was very angry at something. Please, Divine One, allow me to explain the circum. Gowher began in slight panic, but Uriel turned her head at him and snapped. Silence. Uriel shouted, her powerful voice washing over them, compelling even more of those on the deck of the ship to kneel. What did you refuse to agree to? Uriel asked in a gentler tone as she faced Balder. They wanted me to sell some of the children of my people. Balder replied cautiously, although he did nothing wrong, he did not want to see what an angry archangel looked like. For what purpose? Uriel asked as she turned to Gowher, who flinched in response to the question. One of the lords. He wanted to give these children a better life and Gowher began, but in an instant Balder felt the heat and his vision went white for a moment. When his eyes readjusted, he saw a golden staff and appeared in her hands, and at the tip was a blade of golden flames. Balder instantly knew what that staff was. It was the caduceus, the weapon and instrument of healing that was used by the archangel Uriel. You lie. What did you want the children for? Uriel said, her voice carried a dangerous edge and her eyes now glowed a lot more strongly than before. Answer truthfully if you wish to return to your home on your own legs. If not, you will return to your family in an urn provided the sea breeze doesn't carry your ashes away. Uriel said in a low dangerous tone, and Gowher shrank back in fear. Archangel, please, our ship. It's made of wood. Balder stammered. If the archangel used some kind of fire magic, then his whole ship might go up in flames. So what is it? What was the purpose of that request? Uriel asked again, this time calmer, but the ominous sound of her flaming staff still echoed across the silent deck. He wanted them as toys, he likes to lay with them. Gowher said, his voice coming out as a stammering squeak. At this point he just looked like a pathetic blubbering mass of fat. At those words Balder heard the sounds of weapons being raised and he turned to see his men, seemingly forgetting the fact that there was an archangel in front of them. Their eyes were glued onto Gowher and his guards. Gowher for his part was more preoccupied with the very angry archangel in front of him, but his guards were looking around at the very angry Northmen in terror. If they were attacked, they would be chopped into pieces by their axes. Stop, lower your weapons, Lord Gowher is just a messenger and the guards are just following orders. Balder commanded as he looked at his men. The Northmen looked at each other for a moment before putting their blades away. Uriel said as she turned away from Gowher and looked at Balder. I was right about you, I knew from the moment I saw you. Your heart is good and true. I am sure you are tempted to cut them down where you stand, yet you hold back for the good of your people. Uriel said as she approached Balder, but Balder shook his head at those words. I wouldn't have killed the guards even if there were no consequences. They are just men doing a job, they are paid to follow him around. It isn't right that they die for his depravity and greed. Balder replied honestly. His father always taught him to be just in his judgments. Association is not always guilt. A bad deed does not wash out the good and vice versa. It is as you say, I too had no intention of harming the others, but this one on the other hand. Uriel said as she floated back over to Gauher, who trembled, and Balder could see tears forming in his eyes. But in light of young Frostfang's show of mercy, I have decided to give you a chance for redemption. I am sure it would be exceedingly generous to call your past dealings with the Jarl fair? Uriel asked, and Gauher mutely nodded in assent. You will make this right, you will treat them fairly. Any injustice corrected with compensation. Am I clear? Uriel said as she leaned in, and Gauher frantically nodded. I will be back to check with young Frostfang later. If I find any inkling of foul play, I will return again with my husband Archangel Mihail. I trust I do not need to tell you what happens to sinners when they appear before my dear husband. Uriel asked, and Gror's face turned pale as parchment when he heard those words. Flames, sword, ash. That is how my husband deals with sinners. Uriel said, and Gror meekly nodded before promptly wetting himself. Uriel looked down at the puddle forming between his stubby legs, and Balder saw her nose curl in disgust. Get out of my sight and have it done. Uriel said curtly, and Gauher frantically nodded as he scurried away. The guards hastily made to follow, and Balder watched as they scrambled across the small walkway connecting the two ships. Tell me, young Frostfang, do you still have faith in the divine? Uriel asked suddenly, and Balder flinched as he turned to see her floating towards him. He noted there was a slightly sad expression on her face. Be honest. Uriel said, but it sounded more like a request than a command. Balder knew lying was pointless, seeing as she could see through everything that Gauher was trying to sell. No. I have not prayed in many moons. Balder admitted as he tensed for the inevitable reprimand or even punishment. Yes, I expected as much. I do not blame you, of course, considering our failure. We were supposed to protect you, and look how we have failed. Uriel muttered as she looked around at the ship and its filthy deck. The ships were overcrowded, so filth was an unavoidable result. But in truth, young Frostfang, you have not abandoned the light of heaven. You still follow the path of order even without the prayers. Did you know, young one, the best prayers are from good deeds? Uriel said with a smile. What? Balder asked in confusion. It is indeed, but most struggle with it, so we hoped prayer would help guide the people to repent. Uriel replied as her smile turned slightly sad. Either way, I am sure your application into the Empire should go more smoothly now if you still desire entrance. Uriel said, and Balder looked down for a moment. Did he still want to enter? Perhaps the answer will be found in how much the Devonians were extorting them. See what they say, see what they have done, and make your decision. If you choose to leave, I will check on you to ensure all is well. Uriel said as if reading his mind. Archangel. Even though I no longer believe in the divinity of heaven, but I at least still believe in you. Balder said honestly. In truth, some of his people have started to scorn heaven after what happened in the north. Part of the jewelry sold to the Devonians were rosaries, given up for things as common as bread. The people even saved their family heirlooms and sold their rosary first. That was how far their faith has fallen. You are too kind, hopefully I can live up to your belief. Uriel replied as she looked around the ship once again. I will pray for your blessing in the days to come. Thank you, that is twice you have saved us. Balder said, and at those words Uriel sadly shook her head. If only you never needed to be saved. But you need not pray for my blessing, child, you already have it. Pray for your people and prosperity they may one day find. Uriel said as she began to float up, but right as she was about to leave she looked down at Balder, her expression now far more serious. One more thing, child. If you decide to leave, stay away from the Azure Sea. Uriel said seriously, her eyes filled with concern. The children of the old gods do not take kindly to the devout. As for the great serpent Serchix, child of the old god known as the Deep Shaper, she does not take kindly to the devout, in fact she takes offense. For she is an old loyalist to the old gods. One heaven has not been able to overcome. Chapter 118, Old Friends, New Era. Uriel looked down at the armada of ships below her. It was a pitiful sight. Many of the ships were in a state of disrepair, and many looked like they were barely holding together. She was sure there were more smaller vessels last time she saw them. They most probably lost ships to the Naga. The Naga hated humans. They viewed them as traitors since the humans worship heaven. The Naga were firstborn loyalists through and through. The humans were called the Saistio Shah in their tongue, and it means traitor scum. Uriel was glad she was able to be here. These poor souls have suffered enough. There was nothing heaven could have done to have prevented this. The children born as stunted cherubs grow more numerous with each generation. The seraphim thought they could stave off the degeneration of their species. They were wrong. Without threats and pressure to weed out the weak, this degeneration was inevitable. Ever since the firstborn were vanquished, the humanoid races entered an evolutionary death spiral. No one wanted to admit it, but the old gods in their infinite spite made it so that the humanoid gene line needed them to constantly maintain it. Heaven was weaker than ever, so there was little they could do against the syndicate that was essentially an army composed of heirs of the firstborn. The heirs do not wither, they either grow stronger or maintain their abilities. Heaven had their own heirs, of course, but the syndicate had a far wider recruiting pool. Uriel has tried again and again to persuade her peers to allow recruitment from Terra and cease the hunt for the heirs, but her fellows were nothing if not stubborn. Most of them couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to what was going on in Terra. As long as the ether continued to flow to heaven, they couldn't care less. Uriel could see the signs of decline. She saw them 1,000 years ago, and the 1,000 years before that. Just a few centuries ago the syndicate would have found themselves horribly outmatched, but now it was a stalemate. Heaven just didn't have enough soldiers for a decisive victory, and Uriel adamantly refused to press the cherub auxiliaries into battle just to be slaughtered. Some amongst the divine council have advocated for it, but those that advocated this held disdain for the cherubs. Uriel has been advocating for an increase in the military and for a more interventionist policy for thousands of years. As it stands, only a single % of heaven is within the military. Estimates put that they could easily raise it to almost 20% even with a limited draft. So many problems, and with each passing day it looked like only Uriel herself was trying to hold it all together. Uriel looked away from the fleet and looked to the mountain in the distance. She wondered if her old friend was still there. He was the one who told her about what was happening to those poor souls. With a small sigh she took a final look at the fleet before shooting off towards the mountain. This was foolish, coming to Terra alone without telling anyone. She wouldn't have risked it if not for the personal request from one of the most powerful individuals in Terra. Someone even the syndicate would hesitate to go against. When she reached the mountain she looked down and saw a figure calmly sitting on a rock. Uriel activated a scrying spell to check and found nothing. It wasn't foolproof. She knew Discordia and Nox could easily deceive her detection abilities. They were, after all, the syndicate's best infiltrators. They lacked combat power, but if you needed a spy, few were their equals. There were extensive records in the Golden Archives on the top syndicate agents. Discordia means bringer of discord, and she excelled at infiltrating nations and causing wars. Nox means night or darkness, and she was the best stealth user in the syndicate. If she wanted to stay hidden, there was little anyone could do about it. When Uriel landed, she saw the figure raise his head. He was wearing this flowing green robe with wide sleeves. On his head was a wide-brimmed hat which was green with white stripes. He had a head of blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. A new disguise? Uriel asked. It's always good to mix it up once in a while. Keep your enemies guessing. The man said as he stood up, and he held up a hand before extending his index finger. He shifted his gaze to his finger, and a shadowy crow with 4 glowing red eyes appeared. Guard, the man said, and the crow flew off. Then his shadow seemingly shattered into hundreds of crows, and they scattered out into the surrounding area. By the end of it he was sitting on that rock with the noticeable lack of a shadow. You seem more paranoid than usual, Uriel stated as she approached. This man could cut her down where she stood, but she knew he would do no such thing. I am, but I'm worried for you. Many of the selfish individuals here in this world would love to get their hands on you. You would make a good bargaining chip to be used against your husband, the man said as he rose to his feet. Physeros, you know no one would try when you are here, Uriel replied, but Physeros just shook his head in response. The ancients stir, the old forgotten horrors rise from the depths, old enemies rise again. Something is coming. This is the changing of an age, Physeros said, and Uriel paused in her steps as she felt a chill go up her spine. What do you mean? Uriel asked as she felt her mouth go dry. I felt something was wrong with the syndicate. They are never this bold, yet here they are waging all-out war. I'm not sure of their intentions. If they are truly looking for something, it is very well hidden. If not, then something else is afoot. I spoke with Heimdall. He lied, of course. I suspect something is happening somewhere else in the world. Or at least all is not what it seems, Physeros replied as he averted his gaze. So it's a distraction. All of this is just a distraction? Uriel asked in shock. Perhaps, perhaps not. My little draconic prodigy thinks so, but I suspect there is a larger game being played. I think they are looking for something, but at the same time they want it to look like a distraction. This is preparation for something else. This is only the beginning. Fizeros said as he approached. Uriel mutely stared at his blue eyes and waited for him to continue, but he didn't speak. What is holding you back? Uriel asked. The dominoes are set, I am sure. I do not want to be the one to set it all off. I know nothing specific, but there are concerning signs all across the world. The signs are too wide for heaven to cover. Fizeros muttered as he cupped his chin. He paused for a moment before locking eyes with Uriel once again. You know how this game is played, too many factions are vying for power. Who knows what, who is doing what based on what the others are doing. Either way, there is too much happening everywhere at once. Fizeros said. What do you know? What is happening? Uriel pressed as she leaned in. She could feel the slight panic building inside. She knew if he wanted to talk one-on-one, something was happening, but she has never seen Fizeros this concerned. He didn't care about heaven's order, but he wasn't a firstborn loyalist either. He served his own interests, a wild card in the truest sense of the word. The cause he fights for is simple. Fizeros was always caring, almost like a parent. He despised those who abused the innocent and powerless. In his words, I defend those who cannot defend themselves, someone must. Many things, the Azure Sea is roiling. The Naga and the Mugumans are on the move. I believe that Xerxes' eon-long isolation is about to come to an end. You know what she is, the last time you tried to kill her you lost 24 high angels. Fizeros said, and Uriel's mind immediately went to the fleet of poor souls that she just spoke to. She had to tell them that it wasn't safe to go south. The Naga typically kept to the deep waters, but if the Azure Sea was becoming active, the oceans will be far more dangerous now. I wouldn't have told you to help those poor souls if leaving this place for the south was a death trap, you know. Nowhere is safe now. I found traces of succubi and the archdemon Alistair in Devonia. The succubi were powerful, they might be servants of Ishath Zin-Unim or Nama. Ishath herself probably isn't here. If she was here there would be quite a few more orgies in the capital. Fizeros said, and Uriel cast a wary glance around. If Uriel had an arch-nemesis it would most definitely be Ishath Zin-Unim, the grand succubus. Uriel always advocated chastity, temperance, and the sanctity of marriage. Ishath on the other hand exalted depravity, excess, and the allure of boundless desire. She was the concubine of the prince of the ring of lust, Asmodeus. She wandered the perfumed halls of the Lavender Palace, promising pleasure beyond imagining, every desire satisfied, excess in all things, and the delights of this world. Uriel knows Ishath would love nothing more than to capture her and break her mind, such was the cruelty of the grand succubus. Succubi. Uriel muttered in horror as her mind wandered to the fate of the fools that had no doubt had their souls ensnared. Yes, the weak-minded often fall prey to the false promises of the lust ring. Many think these rituals and pacts to be mere windows, but they are no windows, they are doors. Fizeros replied with a sigh. If you still want to know more, the vampires are on the move as well. The Crimson Court has awakened their black legions. The Umberans are also up to something, but I didn't manage to investigate too closely. Fizeros said, and Uriel shook her head as she let the news sink in. If all of that were true, Elysia and Volaria might be the safest places in the world right now. One last thing, what do you know of the south? Fizeros asked, and Uriel looked up at him. Her mind went to the rumors she had read from reports. Some angels have been sent to Devonia to protect it and to gather information. The Syndicate could easily do what they did in the northern continent to Devonia. The last thing heaven wanted was for the chaos in the north to spread. The last two major sources of prayers came from the south and from Devonia. The elves and dwarves were more concerned with their ancestor worship. The other regions were either non-believers or had too low of a population. Uriel had no idea if the Syndicate had the manpower to fight a war on two fronts, but she knew heaven certainly did not. As it stands, if another front opened up, heaven would have no choice but to press reserves and auxiliaries into service, as well as institute a draft which would no doubt deplete their already limited population. Only rumors, no confirmed reports. We observed signs of Syndicate movement near eastern Volaria. The rumors said there was war and some ancient beast was roaming the area. We didn't pay attention to the rumors because the ether we are getting from the south has gone up recently. There is less sin tainting the land from what we can tell. Uriel replied, and she saw Fizero's nod in understanding. Less sin in the south, now that is interesting. Fizero said with another slow nod. Why? Uriel asked, half expecting another cruel twist. At this point with their luck the ancient beast might be a newborn firstborn or something along those lines. No, that was stupid. If it really was a firstborn, the ether from the prayers and virtue in the south would have gone down, not up. The sin would go down too, considering the whole region would be depopulated. There is a beast actually, but it is surprisingly civil. It supposedly emerged from an Elysian vault. I heard banditry and rape is all but eradicated in the south. Nobles have been hung for partaking in depravity, and apparently a housing scheme is underway to house the destitute. Fizero said, and Uriel's eyes widened at those words. The beast did all that? Uriel asked in surprise. They call him the Great Beast of the Elysian Woods, or Great Beast for short. The beast has formed a friendship with the new Empress of Elysia. Now Western Voloria and Elysia answer to one woman, and of course her new friend. He is also a hive leader, and he does bear some interesting traits. Fizero said as he cupped his chin. What traits? Uriel asked, and Fizero shot her look. It's good news. In a way. Fizero's replied, and Uriel gave him a look, prompting him to elaborate. I think this one is a vanguard hive. Probably a vanguard hive of the Eternal Mother. Fizero's replied, and Uriel felt the blood drain from her face. Vanguard hives were notoriously dangerous, especially the ones that showed up later in the Great War. Their task was to penetrate deep into enemy territory to cause terror and damage. The highest civilian body counts were from the vanguard hives. The brood lords of the vanguard hives were by far the most intelligent, and their hives adapted extremely quickly. Only the most flexible strategists have any hope against a vanguard hive. Relax, let me explain. The hives in Zarima are diminished. You know that they are the leftovers from the Eternal Mother's hive. Or at least that was the theory, but seeing as he has taken control of them, I would expect that theory to be true. As for which vanguard hive brood this one is, I would wager it's the first one, hive brood Frataris. The first ever vanguard hive brood was also the one that went rogue. Fizero said. That was the one that gave the Eternal Mother a lot of grief, wasn't it? Uriel asked, and Fizero's nodded. We thought hive brood Frataris vanquished. Looks like we were wrong. Keep in mind that hive brood Frataris most likely rebelled because it was too smart, too powerful, and too independent. But it looks like that independence has worked out in our favor. From what I gather, he does not share the firstborn's love for blood. In fact, during the war between Elysia and Voloria, the monsters used were suspiciously weak. Also not nearly as numerous as I expected. The vanguard hives of old can field several times what I saw. Fizero's replied as he cupped his chin. Perhaps the hive is just diminished. The war with the Eternal Mother must have been costly, and perhaps he was locked within that vault for a long time. Uriel responded, and Fizero's nodded. That is the most obvious conclusion, but yet if you recall the kind of horrors that the vanguard hives brought to bear, he could have easily sent out a dozen creatures to eviscerate his opponents. You know, the humans wouldn't stand a chance. They would be hunted to extinction within a single lunar cycle. Fizero's replied. Then why? Uriel asked as she stared at Fizero's. I think he is trying not to scare the humans too much. Think about it, he just sends some pathetic chaff out and the humans would still cave under his might. If he used his full arsenal like the necrophages or a hive reaver or even a hierophant, the humans would leave the continent in terror. It would seem like the world is ending. Even the usual standard infantry units would be terrifying to the humans. I didn't hear of any pox bearers, evisceratants, terror gaunts, or spore carriers. None of the terror units were present. The units he sent out were actually able to be defeated with unenchanted mithril weapons. He was throwing garbage at them, or you could also say he used just enough force to get the job done. Fizero said, and Uriel nodded in understanding. A surprising level of restraint. Restraint I did not think possible of a child of the firstborn. If that is what he truly is, then he is most definitely not a firstborn loyalist. That's a small positive at least. Uriel replied as she pinched the bridge of her nose. We have no idea what he wants, but I suggest you just leave him alone. You have bigger problems right now. I would suggest keeping an eye on the vampires. If they do another Black Crusade into the south, you are going to lose a lot of power. Fizero said, and Uriel nodded. It was a fair assessment. The demons, vampires, syndicate, and the firstborn loyalists were far bigger problems. It is unlikely they would ally, but still even alone they could stretch Heaven thin. Heaven would still probably win in the long term, considering these groups would more likely fight each other rather than ally against Heaven. However, it would be extremely costly and the destruction would be immense. This is why you are telling me this, isn't it? You have no love for Heaven, but you also do not want the world to burn, Uriel said with a wistful smile as her mind wandered to ages past, when the two of them were close friends and not enemies. A time when they didn't have to meet in secret. I don't want Heaven to burn. I believe some of you can be redeemed. The Lord of Dreams did not destroy all of what made you good, Fizeros said, and Uriel looked away. We are doing the right thing under our stewardship this world has. Uriel began, but Fizeros just snorted in response. You try to do the right thing, Uriel. But you are alone with a handful of others in power who share your vision. As for the rest of the powers at be in Heaven, forget doing the right thing. They can't even be bothered to do anything. They only come down to burn some evil men and women every once in a while. The last time the angels were in Terra was almost 1,000 years ago, and that was just Devonia. The rest of the world hasn't seen the hide nor tail of all of you for thousands of years. Fizeros retorted, and Uriel couldn't even meet his eyes. She knew he was right, but what else could she do? There was no one better, no alternative to create a better world. Heaven was the best choice, even if it joined the pool of bad ones. Listen, if something happens, let me know. I'll make sure you and your children are safe, Fizeros said, and Uriel cracked a small smile. Thank you. I'm sorry about what happened in the north. I tried to tell him beforehand, Uriel said as her mind wandered to how her husband Mihail erased a city with his blazing sword Dedulus. You didn't do it, you have nothing to apologize for. But you know you are out of favors. The last favor you called in was the only thing stopping me from chopping your husband's head off, Fizeros said as he crossed his arms. He is going to be the death of all of you, Fizeros added, and Uriel bit her lip as she looked away. Anyway, you've heard all of it before. You know what my views are. The world is changing, and I'm not sure if the angels are going to survive it, Fizeros said. Thank you for the information, old friend. With any luck, I might just convince some of my fellows to do something about it. Provided they don't spend all their time arguing, Uriel muttered in response. No problem. If you need to talk to me, just send a message, Fizeros said as he reached into his pocket and took out a small gold device, and Uriel nodded as her mind wandered to her own device that was tucked away in her private pocket dimension. I should go, before someone finds out we are talking. If you lose favor in the council, then the angels are truly lost, Fizeros said as black raven wings appeared on his back. Yes, that would be wise. Farewell, Crowfather, Uriel said as she flexed her own wings. Goodbye, Archangel of Mercy, Fizeros said, and he shot into the sky. Uriel watched him leave, and then she sped off into the sky, her mind already wandering to how she was going to tell the council all that she had learned. But first she would need to make up a story on how she came across this information. She may need to send scouts out on missions just to confirm what she already knew. Fizeros wouldn't lie to her, but she still had to put her people in danger just for an alibi. Fizeros landed on a nearby wooded area. He sighed as his mind went to what he had just done. It was deceptive, but if he wanted to save at least some of the angels, this was his only choice. Their leaders might be a lost cause, but the common citizen in Heaven didn't know any better. It wasn't right for all of them to face extinction due to association. With that, he took out his communication device and channeled power into it, reaching out to his old prodige. Gramps, Fizeros heard Mihail's voice emanate from the device. Hey kid, it's done, Fizeros said as a small fond smile crossed his lips as he heard the voice of what he considered an adopted daughter. Good. That's good. So are you heading over here? Mihaila asked. Not yet, I have things to do. First off is an appointment with the drowned admiral. I wonder if old Puff is as miserable as always. Fizeros replied with a small grimace as his mind wandered to his old friend who sailed the harrowed mist with rage in her heart. Well, given her curse, it's not that surprising, Mihaila replied, and Fizeros nodded slightly even if Mihaila couldn't see him do it. I suppose that is true. Are you sure about this? The firstborn, Fizeros asked as uncertainty coiled around his heart like a serpent. I am. You have to meet him to fully understand. He reads romance novels. Mahila half exclaimed. You said that before? Fizeros replied as he felt a small smirk appear on his face at the disbelief in her voice. It reminded him of when she was younger and was so easily surprised by almost anything. It was a far simpler time, with more friends still around. Okay, fine, but yes, I'm sure. Come on, Gramps, have some faith. Mahila replied in mock indignation. I know. Fizeros said with a small chuckle. I have absolute faith in my little dragon. Chapter 119, The Mountain. Bor Ironhammer bit his right thumb as he held a goblet of dwarven mead in his other hand. The past year has been a worrying one to say the least. His spies reported absolute chaos on the surface. The war between Volaria and Elysia ended in a decisive victory for the Elysians. That monster had just rolled over the Tralis army, the most powerful nation in the region. Yes, a united Elysia was formidable as well, but not powerful enough to take the entire nation in weeks. Tralis's walls were powerful and heavily enchanted. It was borderline unassailable for most humanoids. Bor knew his people certainly couldn't take the walls. The best they could do was to surround the city and starve them out. My king, the delegates from Elysia have arrived. One of his men said, and Bor wearily rose to his feet. Bor knew he was in quite the predicament. The great beast was the commander of a hive, a burrowing hive more specifically. There was no chance in hell his people would be able to fend off a burrowing hive. They lived underground, which means the hive could strike at any place and at any time. That alone invalidated all of their defensive fortification. Provided the hive doesn't just cause a massive cave-in and just bury their city under a torrent of stone. The only hope they had was that perhaps the hive couldn't dig through the hard stone of the mountain. The city was built on a bed of hard granite for stability, so perhaps that might be able to stop the hive. That, however, didn't account for the mines, which were made of far softer stone, and an attack from the mines would still circumvent the vast majority of their defenses. With any luck, they won't levy unreasonable demands against us, Bor said as he headed out the door of the watchtower. Bor was on the wall that faced the main entrance into Ironhammer. It was a massive 25-meter-tall wall that was covered with massive glowing runes. He looked down and saw the small delegation from the newly formed Verlanian Empire. He couldn't see any beasts, just this ornate red and gold carriage that was accompanied by 24 guards in red armor. Bor looked along the wall and saw the ballistas and spell cannons along the wall. He had ordered all them loaded, but all pointed upwards. He didn't trust the Elysians enough to unload his defenses, but he didn't want them to feel threatened either. When people get threatened, they tend to get aggressive, and Bor would rather they stay calm because honestly, he was feeling rather threatened at the moment. General, Bor said, and he turned to look at General Rastrul, the general tasked with guarding the wall. Keep an eye out, but do not attack unless we are first attacked. Do not do anything preemptive even to save me, Bor said, his voice stern and stiff. General Rastrul visibly recoiled slightly at the statement. It was certainly a strange statement for the king to basically order his own general to leave him for dead. But given the circumstances, such orders were warranted. One over-eager soldier was all it took for his nation to be destroyed. Thoughts like this have weighed on Bor for months. He was not sleeping as well as before. Now when he looked in the mirror, he saw black circles under his eyes. His wife often told him to rest. She must have noticed how tired he was all the time. But he had to keep going. At least soon this problem will be put to rest one way or another. When Bor walked past the great gate that divided Ironhammer and the interior defenses, he saw a table had been set up in the wide open area outside. He cast one final look at his city's stout defenses. For generations they have been maintaining and improving the defenses of their mountain home. They had constructed weapons especially for the defenses of the sacred walls. Ballistas the size of buildings, each armed with bolts that could level city blocks. Only the best soldiers were permitted to stand vigil on the walls. There were two walls, the first faced the outside world. When that fell, the invaders would have to contend with a massive kill zone. The gates were meter-thick, heavily enchanted mithril, and both walls had two gates. An outer gate and an inner gate. The space between the two gates created another small kill zone. No expense was spared to create these layers of defenses. Just as how their mountain home provides and protects, the dwarfs must also provide for and protect their mountain home. Just a year ago, Bor sincerely believed that no army could overcome the walls. It was doubtful the conventional armies of this world could even take down the weaker outer wall. But now the situation was very different. Several thousand years of work on this wall now meant nothing. The hive could just go around it. The old wisdom dictates that the ancients operated on different rules. They came from a world that was brutal beyond comprehension. Death, slaughter and horror was the order of the day. Now an ancient inheritor of the old world has emerged to change the course of history. All knew the old stories, from every beardling that ran the streets to the venerable whitebeards. The dwarfs and their progenitors were created for one purpose: to dig precious metals out of the ground for the old gods. They were slaves, allowed to live as long as they continued to slave in the mines. For all their labor they were only ever rewarded with one thing: the right to live. Every dwarf knew that if their ancestors outlived their usefulness they would have been slaughtered and their flesh used in some of the old gods' twisted experiments. Still, when Boer looked out across the massive cobblestone road that led from the inner wall to the outer wall, the carriage in the table was right in the middle of the kill zone. Boer knew this was a show of confidence. The Empress herself was here, and if she was willing to walk into a death trap it means it wasn't much of a trap. Either that or she was just crazy. Boer turned to look at his delegation and saw the heavily armored royal guards. They were some of the best warriors, but yet he has heard the Empress was a powerful mage. Some rumors even said that the great beast was teaching her some of the older magics. Dwarfs were vulnerable to magic, they had limited casting abilities and relied heavily on equipment and heavy weapons. Mages were few and far between amongst the dwarfs, but they did have a large number of enchanters. It was just something to do with the dwarf gentleman that caused it, as far as Boer knew. The old gods probably made them this way so they would be better mining slaves. As Boer walked past the safety of the inner wall, past the smaller mounted ballistas at ground level and the wall defense soldiers, he couldn't help but look at the very relaxed demeanor of the Empress in the distance. It was a distance away so he couldn't see it that clearly, but from what he could tell she had a bottle of wine out and was sipping from crystal glass. She showed no fear, no apprehension at the precarious and dangerous situation she was in. What made his nerves even worse on this subject was that she requested this place to be the one where the negotiations take place. This whole situation just felt wrong from top to bottom. When he finally got to the table he saw a red-haired human in an ornate, red and gold dress. He couldn't tell whether this one was considered beautiful even if he had heard rumors of her supposed beauty. As far as Boer was concerned he preferred women with well-groomed facial hair. So her hairless face was far from beautiful in Boer's eyes. King Boer Ironhammer. Empress Cecilia said as she calmly swirled her wine glass. She didn't even rise from her seat, instead just calmly gesturing to the seat at the opposite end of the round, ornate table. Empress Cecilia, may I ask why you have called this meeting? Boer asked uncomfortably as he sat down on the plush cushioned chair. The chair was lower than usual and so was the table, at least by human standards. Still, what concerned him more about the furniture was where did it come from? The table in front of him was made of marble, and this chair was partially made of gold. It is unlikely she dragged all of it here in that carriage. Unless that carriage was somehow larger on the inside as compared to its exterior, Boer couldn't see how it could have fit. Wine? Cecilia asked as she raised a glowing hand and the bottle lifted off the ground. Boer visibly balked at the sight as he watched the display of magic. She calmly tilted her head, as Boer stared wide-eyed at the bottle. It wasn't that impressive if one had no idea what they were looking at, but he was a king and he knew exactly what was happening. This was what was known as a formless spell. Spells were fixed ether scripts, but truly exceptional mages could manipulate magic to a point where they can come up with basic spells on the fly. Normal telekinetic spells maintain the orientation of the object because without that line of script you may just end up flipping whatever you are trying to lift. However, the bottle was tilting and moving naturally as if someone was holding it. What's even more surprising was that she wasn't even looking at the bottle. Such a spell would require precise concentration and you couldn't just hold a conversation while maintaining it. Yet here she was, magically manipulating the bottle as if she had an invisible extra limb. If you would be so kind. Boer replied after catching himself, and he watched as the bottle gracefully poured him a glass. He then looked on mutely as the filled glass floated over to him. Boer gingerly grasped the floating glass and he took a sip. Usually he loved alcohol, but given the circumstances he could barely taste it. Usually I have a servant do it, but since this was a rather informal meeting I thought we could dispense with the pleasantries. Cecilia said calmly. What would you like to speak about, Empress? Boer asked tentatively. It's rather simple, you see, I am here to give you an offer. Probably the best offer you have received in thousands of years. Cecilia replied calmly as she took another sip of wine. You see, King Buller, I wish for Ironhammer to swear fealty to my empire. I will grant you the title of Duke and you will get a great amount of autonomy. For you see, I need your nation's expertise. Cecilia said, and Buller nodded in understanding. This was pretty much what he expected. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Just from this offer, dukes were given a lot of freedom and they also had a lot of sway in empires. He was more worried she would demand abject slavery. The rumors said she was a good friend of a giant man-eating monster, so that expectation was not completely unfounded. So now all he had to do was to get the best offer possible. Empress, even if I were to agree, I cannot decree it with just this. The nobles will revolt. Buller said as he lied through his teeth. He knew the nobles would be fine with this deal alone. Dwarfs were nothing if not pragmatic. They were stubborn, yes, but also ruthlessly pragmatic. They were not nearly prideful enough to risk war with an ancient beast. Do not be coy with me. Do you truly think your court is completely loyal? I know the offer of a duchy is more than enough. The spider's web is quite wide, you know. Cecilia replied, and Buller visibly flinched, yet somehow the Empress didn't seem angry. In fact, there was a very satisfied smile on her face. That smile was making Buller very uncomfortable. It reminded him of a wyvern who has found a very attractive meal. But that coyness is exactly what I was hoping to see. Yes, I think you will do nicely, Cecilia said as her smile widened till it showed some of her pearly white teeth. He really was going to be eaten, wasn't he? Empress? I am afraid I don't follow, Buller said tentatively, mustering every ounce of willpower to keep his voice level. Buller was no fool. To most, the Empress would just look like a beautiful woman or a human woman if you asked a dwarf. There was nothing immediately threatening about her. If she didn't use that simple display of magic, he wouldn't be that informed of her abilities. However, the thing that bothered him most was because she resembled something in the ancient stories. There was once a lord known as Lord Varas. He was a sweet talker and he charmed his way to the top. However, he also nearly brought ruin to Ironhammer. Lord Varas is often compared to demons, for they say demons do not come bearing fangs, fire and swords. They come bearing gifts. Demons do not threaten nor do they strike. Instead, demons charm, they whisper sweet words, delightful promises, and in the end they seduce you. They will give all that they have promised, but those who take their deals should hold on to what they have been given. After all, soon after, that little pittance of a gift or recompense will be all that fool has, for the demons will take the rest. If you just accepted it, it would have been because you wanted to save your skin. You are pushing to see if there is anything you can get for your nation. But at the end of the day, it is irrelevant. I didn't offer you the title of duchy because I was being generous for what I have planned for your nation. Nothing less, but a duchy would be practical. A certain degree of autonomy and power is essential for the tasks ahead, Cecilia said as she took out a small cube from the pocket of her dress. Then in a flash of blue a map appeared on the table, already unfurled and ready for viewing. Buller looked down and saw a map of the region with these red lines linking the major cities and ports. Is this a logistics network? Buller asked, and Cecilia nodded in response. With a Verlin at its center, Buller muttered as he stared at the map. The smaller line linking Ironhammer and Cathay is a smaller path. I want a Verlin to be the center of the empire. All goods and talent will flow through my capital. If I recall, your people have great experience with regards to rail lines. You use them for your mine carts, Cecilia said, and Buller nodded. Yes, it was one of the few scraps of ancient knowledge that the angels allowed us to keep. Many of our weapons of war were confiscated. We also no longer have any of the old runes of power, Buller replied. Similar to us, they took illusion magic. But regardless of the past, I want to use your people's expertise to construct and maintain this network. Naturally, the users of this network will have to pay fees. The profits from this will go to Ironhammer and it is taxable, of course. The plan for this network is not only to serve resource shipments but commuters as well, Cecilia explained, and Buller stroked his beard as he pondered her words. This was an extremely profitable venture if successful. In addition, there is something else. I am in need of a vast quantity of mithril. Enchanted if possible. I am seeking to mass produce a new type of weapon, Cecilia said as she snapped her fingers and a nearby attendant approached with a case. The case opened, revealing this strange contraption with an oddly shaped crystal at the end. This is a Fosy rifle. That crystal at the tip is a creation from the great beast's hive. It allows for some interesting applications. If you wouldn't mind me asking, do you have any magical potential? Cecilia asked and Bor nodded. In truth, almost all dwarves have magical potential, but it is weak, which is why we prefer to enchant rather than cast spells. Since enchanting relies more on reagents rather than the raw power required for spells. Bor replied and he watched in confusion as Cecilia paused for a moment. He could practically see the gears turning in her head. Almost all dwarves have magical potential, you say? Cecilia muttered and Bor saw that smile again. Well, if you would rise, I want you to try something. Cecilia said. Bor wasn't sure where this was going, but he decided to humor her. Even if he did have misgivings about her logistics network proposal. Bor listened to Cecilia's instruction and he raised the so-called Fosy rifle and took aim. He noticed there was a sight built into the top, similar to the ones the dwarves use in their crossbows. He soon realized this was supposed to be used like a crossbow, but he didn't see any arrows or string. Then he was told to pour ether into the rifle. He did so and at first he felt the ether flow into the rifle. But then it suddenly stopped as if the rifle was full and he noticed a small rune was glowing on the side of the rifle. He took aim at this dummy that she had somehow made appear just like the map. There was even an enchanted mithril breastplate on it. Then as per instructions he pulled this trigger on the rifle. The first thing he noticed was the kick as the stock slammed into his shoulder, then the flash of blue light. He looked at the target and saw this streak of blue fly out from the rifle and it slammed right into the dummy. To his surprise he saw a glowing hole in the breastplate. He lowered the rifle and in almost a daze he approached the breastplate. He looked closer and saw the beam and melted through the mithril. This wasn't as powerful as a heavily enchanted crossbow bolt. A wyvern bolt would have blasted the dummy to pieces. But to be fair, that type of ammunition had that name because it was designed to hunt wyverns. Still, it was ridiculously easy to use. It wasn't that difficult for him to use even as a dwarf. All it needed was the initial construction, and from what he could tell it wasn't that complicated to make. Bor raised it again and fired, then he fired it again and again. By the end of his barrage the breastplate was drilled full of holes and Bor to his surprise only felt slightly fatigued. The terrifying thing about this weapon was not the destructive power, it was the ease of use. Almost anyone could use this. However, there is a slight heating issue. I was hoping your artificers could have a look at it. Cecilia said and Bor ran the words through his head. All of this is a great offer, but there were problems. For instance, if Empress Cecilia wanted him to arm a large number of soldiers with this weapon, they simply didn't have the capacity to extract enough mithril ore. As for the logistics network, it would be a similar story. The tunnels themselves would be impossible to dig, but Bor assumed the hive would help with that. The same could be said with the extraction of ore, but that was a far more delicate process, so he wasn't sure if the hive could manage it. If you are worried about whether you can even do it, well, you need not fear. I would not request this if I didn't think you could do it. My dear friend, the great beast is. Cecilia said, but she paused and then Bor noticed the ground shaking beneath his feet. He looked up at the Empress and saw a fond smile had graced her lips. Fashionably late as usual. Chapter 120, Underground Talks. I emerged from the ground and shook the dirt and bits of stone off. I don't usually burrow, but my abilities do allow for it. It's quite interesting actually. Even though my body wasn't that well built for burrowing, it appears I don't need to be well built for it. The ability to burrow was built into my body. Whenever I want to burrow, my body releases this type of magic that breaks down the soil and stone around me. The end result was that I created this tunnel surrounded by this strange fused stone. It's surprisingly tough, harder than granite actually, but not nearly hard enough for combat use. However, it does have some construction applications. I only found out about this recently since I fly everywhere rather than burrow. Hi friend, did the test go well? Cecilia asked with a smile. Very, it's ready. I replied cryptically and I saw the dwarf give me a tense glance. I was testing the new aquatic hive and so far it looks pretty good. It's not viable for deep water combat yet, but for guarding the surface, it's perfectly viable. I plan to eventually unleash it on the Ostaeans to solve their raids in the Elysian Sea. But that will have to wait until I complete my plans for the final solution to the Ostaean question. I shifted my gaze to the dwarf and immediately my mind recalled some of the old memories from the Eternal Mother. Did all of you get shorter and thinner? I asked. It looks like the dwarfs degenerated too. Funnily enough, humans have remained largely the same. Perhaps the human genome has largely stabilized. I think I didn't notice it the last time I ran into dwarfs because I didn't have the Eternal Mother's memories yet. The Dwarf King sputtered. I could tell this was a touchy subject, but I wanted to impress upon him that I am very old. Just the usual scare tactic, it's proved itself quite useful thus far. Works like a charm most of the time. Friend, you are being rude, Cecilia said, and I let out a laugh. Sorry, things really have changed since I was last around, I replied as I looked around me, dramatically shifting my head as if I was looking around at the dwarfs. So is everything settled? I assume. They agreed. It is the logical choice, I said, and I looked down at the Dwarf King. They have some concerns, Cecilia said, and she looked at the Dwarf King, indicating for him to elaborate. The main issue we have is the resources. The scope of the projects demands a level of resources we do not possess. The tracks for the logistics network will need to be made of enchanted mithril. We cannot possibly maintain the entire system regularly. The enchantments will allow us to keep maintenance to a minimum. For the enchantments we will need ether crystals. These two things are also needed for the rifles. I am aware that your hive can burrow, but the mining of mithril and ether crystals is not just a simple process of digging rocks out of the ground. Mithril ore is naturally volatile. If it is handled poorly it can corrode, lengthening the refining process. The ether crystals are simply explosive. Reckless mining will cause extreme amounts of damage, the Dwarf King said. That isn't an issue, we are already excavating mithril and ether crystals with my hive. In fact, I had a feeling you would say that, so I have piles of mithril waiting. What we need is for you to process it. Although the storage method is a little different, I said as my mind drifted to how my hive was storing the mithril ore. Mithril was a peculiar metal. It didn't play well with air until it was refined. If the ore is exposed to the air or water for too long it will rust away. Mithril is actually an alloy, and the refining process simply makes the unstable metal into a stable alloy. One of the smiths I spoke to said that the very same property that makes mithril so enchantable also makes the ore vulnerable to corrosion and rust. Perhaps a demonstration would be better, I said, and I sent a command to the hive waiting below. It didn't take long. As soon as I sent out the command I felt the ground below me shake. Then on my left a large beast appeared. It was a new design that I haphazardly threw together. Its entire purpose was to store mithril and move it around. It was a dud, honestly. It just cost too much to justify the benefits, so this was one of 5 of the beasts in existence. I called them the mithril bags. Needless to say, since this was a failed project, I didn't even bother to ask Cecilia to name them. Their design was similar to the beasts I used to collect bodies. Those were called the Undertakers. That one was named by Cecilia since the name was actually half decent. The beast was white like the rest of my hive, and it resembled an engorged insect. It was about the size of 2 carriages put front to back. It had 8 legs instead of the usual 6 because it had to carry metal instead of corpses. That was also why it was too expensive. This one needed a lot of muscle mass in order to move a sufficient amount of mithril. So essentially it was simply cheaper to use the dwarves' rail system as a form of transport. I ordered the beast to hack up a lump of mithril of ore. A vaguely shiny rock emerged from its toothless maw, and the rock landed on the stone floor covered in this greenish-yellow slime. The slime helps to preserve the ore, I said, and I looked up to see Cecilia and the dwarfs wrinkling their noses. Friend, the smell is quite unpleasant, Cecilia said as she raised a hand to cover her nose. Oh, well, I did make them to cover it with a layer of special oil. You know how water and air causes mithril to rust? Well, there is the saying that oil and water don't mix, right? The oil is effective because it keeps water and air out, I explained, and Cecilia nodded while still covering her nose. But it could use some lavender, Cecilia muttered as she winced at the smell. It smells like a rat died in a pile of rancid fat, Cecilia said in a strained voice. I looked over at the Dwarf King, but surprisingly he was walking over to the slime-covered bit of ore. He gazed down at it with great interest, seemingly forgetting about the smell. Oh, of course, the Dwarf King murmured as he gazed at it. You were not aware of this? Cecilia asked as she lowered her hand. No, we store the ore in special rooms that cast preservation magic. They are expensive to maintain, I was originally planning to use the ether crystals that you can help us mine to expand the rooms, but the dwarf king began. But you want to use the oil instead? Cecilia said. Yes, but is it possible for you to make it smell less repugnant? The dwarf king asked tentatively. I looked over at Cecilia and she turned to look at the slime-covered lump of ore. I saw her wrinkle her nose and she gave me a small nod. Fine, I said as I ordered the mithril bag to slurp up the ore again to get rid of the smell. I'll just add some lavender. Mahila leaned against the wall as she looked at the bound and gagged pair of royals in front of her that was stuck in this storage chamber. The crown prince and the king of Tralis were being held in a special facility deep within the Elysian woods. It's quite ironic in a way, they were locked away in the exact same tower that the empress herself was once trapped in. Most would want it demolished and destroyed, but the empress was not most people. If anything, this place was a good example of why she and the great beast got along so well. Mahila herself would have had this place destroyed, as would most people she knew. The empress, however, decided to keep it. The reason was, as she put it, it's a well-constructed prison. I studied it extensively to try to get out and I barely made any progress. It would be a waste to just demolish it. In fact, I think we could make some improvements. The empress had said in a tone that betrayed her detached emotions with regard to this place. Most would destroy it, but the empress would rather improve it to get some use out of it. This ruthless pragmatism was strangely inhuman. It was the logic of beasts. This place held memories of pain and solitude. Most would want it destroyed, yet the empress even wanted to improve it. What's on your mind? Mahila heard a familiar voice say. She turned and saw her old friend and mentor appear out of one of the shadows. This room was unguarded, but the area around it was heavily guarded. With the whole demon possession thing, it was advisable to keep those that could be potentially influenced away from these two. The crown prince especially was heavily corrupted, and Mahila determined that he could be a vector for another possession. So not even Cecilia was allowed in here without Mahila to accompany her. As for security, Mahila herself had heavily enchanted this place to ensure nothing could get in. She was sure nothing short of an ancient that specialized in infiltration would stand a chance. The list of those who could get in was a short one, and those who could wouldn't be interested in these two anyway. So this place was the perfect place for a meetup. No one other than Mahila and her guest would be here. The two possessed royals were sealed away in special chambers so they wouldn't know anything. This was probably one of the most secure places in the Empire, right behind the black box, of course. However, her mentor was a Ravenborn, the last Ravenborn. He was probably the oldest humanoid in existence. The Ravenborn were created as infiltrators by the Watchers. They had a natural affinity for illusions, shadow magic, and even manifestations. In fact, pretty much everything Mahila knew about infiltration came from him. Her master wasn't that good at it, although he did have his ways around it. Once he needed to get rid of the tyrant king of some kingdom, but he wasn't good enough to infiltrate the palace, and he didn't have time for a full-fledged revolution. But to be fair, Gramps did say it wasn't completely because he didn't have time, he just didn't like doing revolutions. Or as his master called it, children crusades. He just didn't like babysitting silly revolutionaries who were the type to try to liberate a house by setting it on fire. So her master came up with a rather interesting plan. He planned to look completely incompetent and lower their guard. He ended up standing in front of a wanted poster of himself in broad daylight to hide himself. It didn't work, of course, and he was captured. His original plan was to be brought to the prison, and he would then break out in the middle of the night and kill the king in his sleep. Her master was apparently quite good at breaking in and out of prisons. However, it turns out the king ended up bringing him before the throne to mock him. So he used his secret technique of breaking through his shackles by simply tearing them off. Then a few moments later, the king's head was removed from his body and his master ended up running out the castle with no one able to stop him. If Gramps was the one doing the assassination, it would be a lot cleaner. Well, to be fair, her master's attack was less assassination and more just murder. But regardless if Gramps did it, no one would even know who did it. The Crowfather was almost impossible to detect. He could hide from anyone, and no one could hide from him unless they were using an extremely advanced preemptive manifestation. Hey Gramps, Mahila said as she looked over to see a blonde human wearing green robes with wide sleeves along with a green wide-brimmed hat with white stripes. New disguise. Mahila asked as she noted his appearance. I am just a traveling hermit from Eastern Voloria. Hence the Muguman attire. Her mentor Fizeros the Crowfather said. Although what is the situation with those two? Demonic possession? Fizeros said as he approached the two bound men. You did a scan already? Mahila asked. No, you cut their eyes out. I assume their ears are pierced and their tongues cut out. That chamber they are in looks like it's supposed to deprive them of all sensation. Demons can't spy if the possessed knows nothing. Fizeros replied with a chuckle as he examined the chamber. This is your work, isn't it? Fizeros said, and Mahila internally winced. She knew what he was going to say. You've been skipping your practice, haven't you? Fizeros said as he turned around to look at her, an eyebrow raised. 3 level 15 artifacts a month is the minimum to keep your skills sharp. You have been skipping practice, haven't you? Fizeros said as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe I skipped a few here and there. Mahila muttered in response as she once again felt like the little girl that was being chastised in her youth. Mahila. Fizeros said in a stern voice. Okay, fine, I skipped a few months. Mahila admitted sheepishly, and her dear mentor sighed as he pinched the bridge of her nose. Orb. Fizeros muttered as he extended his hand, and Mahila took out her storage orb before sheepishly handing it to him. Mahila watched him turn the orb in his hand as he gently tapped on it with a glowing finger. Each time he did there was a spark and the orb glowed slightly. It didn't take long and soon he tossed the orb back over to Mahila. No 2K417, 6K678 and cluster 29. You were losing half a second of materializing speed. I know that half a second may not matter in this day and age, but still if it does matter it may be your neck. Fizeros said with a scowl, and Mahila sheepishly nodded. Ah well, I am sure you have been busy. At least I know your sword skills are still sharp. Your alchemy has probably gone to hell though. You never did like alchemy. Fizeros said with a small sigh. So, how did it go? Mahila asked tentatively, trying to change the subject. Decently well. The others are in place, the ones I could find anyway. A lot of people are going to die by the time all of this is done. Fizeros said with a sigh. We don't have a choice, this stagnation needs to end. So who did you manage to get a hold of? Mahila asked. Rambos, Little Mike and Pufferia. Nyaka didn't want to cooperate. Fizeros replied with a sigh. Of course she didn't. Lady Nemesis has gotten even more comfortable in her little cult. Mahila said, her tone cold. Yes, you met her, didn't you? Do not judge her too harshly, she has been through much. Few have been tested as she has. Most would have failed too. Fizeros chided, and Mahila crossed her arms in a huff. You had it worse, you didn't fail. Mahila countered. That is true that I am one of the few that were tested, but perhaps that means I am not one of the most that failed. Still, my old friend often gave second chances and he didn't give up on what he holds dear. I think we should learn from his example. Fizeros said. Maybe, hopefully. What about Fundiris? Mahila asked. Couldn't find him. I mean, he is called the furtive Vulpus for a reason. Fizeros replied with a small shrug. So what have you gotten the rest to do? Mahila asked. Rambos is with the vampires, he's riling them up trying to start a black crusade. With any luck they will actually do it, and then the angels can waste resources fighting them. Little Mike is pitting the rings of lust and pride against each other. Lust has allied with greed and gluttony, while pride has allied with envy and sloth. Fizeros said, and Mahila knows what he is going to say next. And Wrath is still trying to fight themselves and everyone at the same time? Mahila said as she raised a knowing brow. Yes, so nothing has changed with them. They hate everyone and everything, including themselves. Still, if they lasted this long with everyone being their enemy, they are undeniably a powerful fighting force. Little Mike is trying to provoke a claim to the prime evil. Hopefully this will unite demons and call their numbers. Then at least they can give heaven a challenge and burn even more of their resources. Fizeros said, and Mahila nodded. And the drowned admiral? Mahila asked. Pufferia has been persuaded to part with her massive trove of Grayanum crowns if we can prove that we can topple heaven. As for actually fighting them, Fizeros said. She didn't need persuading to fight them. Mahila said, cutting him off, and he nodded in response. So with the syndicate setting the north on fire, Demons in Devonia, the vampires planning a crusade and hell about to explode into a war. There are plenty of things to tie heaven down. That way the firstborn will seem less like a threat, potentially even an ally, then we can stab them in the back when the time is right. Mahila said as she nodded to herself. Perhaps not all of them need stabbing. Fizeros said and Mahila scowled. Are you really still holding on to that? The angels are a lost cause. Yes, Uriel is alright, but everyone else is lunatic. Mahila snapped in response. Temper, temper. And no, the angels are not all lunatics, many of them are misguided. Most of them have never left heaven or even know anything about the other two worlds. They are blissfully ignorant. Many of them are loyal to Uriel. Especially the cherubim. Uriel is constantly protecting them from the other angels who view them as stunted creatures. They grow more numerous every year. The council will struggle to win a war if the home front is in revolt. The cherubim are kind in ways only those who have suffered and received boundless warmth can be. Fizeros said as he sharpened his gaze when he noticed the cold look in Mahila's eyes. Great, so a bunch of stunted grounded angels are nice to each other. Mahila replied with a scoff. Enough. Fizeros snapped and Mahila flinched. You are angry, and you have every right to be. Yes, the angels are the legacy of the Lord of Dreams. Yes, he killed your master. I know that day you lost a mentor and father figure, but I lost a lifelong friend and a brother. But he would not have wanted you to be consumed by your hatred. The angels may be the Lord of Dreams' legacy, but you are your master's legacy. Do you want your master's legacy to be a protege that levies the sins of a few at the feet of an entire race? Your master died for the angels. He knew what the Lord of Dreams would do if he had his way. What would become of them? Fizeros said and Mahila looked away, trying to calm the rage in her heart. Remember, hatred is easy, restraint is difficult. Letting your emotions cloud your judgment is a weakness. A weakness we cannot afford when the fate of 3 worlds is on the line. Fizeros said and Mahila nodded, remembering her master's words. Never become a monster. Fizeros prompted. To defeat one. Mahila said and Fizeros nodded in satisfaction. Uriel can save them, I know she can. Fizeros said as he moved his gaze away. Mahila sighed as she internalized those words. Mahila knew Uriel when she was training under her master. Uriel was a friend back then. Uriel even got a few lessons from her master here and there. Her master liked her and so did Mahila herself. Mahila knew her because Gramps did. Uriel was apparently learning alchemy from Gramps. Uriel wanted to know more about healing and Mahila's master wasn't willing to teach Uriel. He said she was a good girl but she lacked the stomach and will to train under him. On that Mahila agreed. Uriel was always soft, but that was also what made her motherly. But that was back then and a lot of time has passed since then. They were good friends once, but fate saw fit to divide them, to put each of them on opposing sides. The Lord of Dreams destroyed everything. He wanted to bend the world to his designs. So we stick with the plan? Mahila asked and Fizeros nodded. We shouldn't let the firstborn know what we are doing just yet. We may be on his side, but from what you told me he is doing the right thing. No sense prodding him just yet. I am not so sure about that Empress in truth. At the end of the day she's just a human. If she has us at her disposal, I'm not sure if she won't get any strange ideas. You know how the shorter-lived races are when they get too much power too quickly. Fizeros said and Mahila nodded. Yes, she is still far too young. Yes, the firstborn is younger, but we can hardly compare a human to a firstborn. Although he does obviously cherish her. In fact, on that note, there is something else I wanted to tell you. The firstborn has a new project with regards to the princess. It appears he is concerned about her mortality and general frailty with regards to her race. Mahila said and Fizeros nodded as it seemingly clicked in his head. I assume this is because of that incident at the primordial font. Fizeros asked. Yes, he was quite worried. Soon after he was talking to the two of us about a backup body for her. Mahila said and Fizeros nodded in understanding. Surprisingly tactful, the other firstborn would have suggested changing her as she was. Fizeros said. Yes, instead he is going with a spare body. The project is called Project Phoenix. Mahila said. Rather symbolic, when the Empress falls she will rise from the ashes in a new body. But that is a surprisingly good name. The firstborn were all terrible at naming things. Fizeros replied. Oh, the Empress came up with it. Mahila said and Fizeros nodded as if it all started to make sense. Honestly, if I were to indulge in a moment of fancy, one might think the firstborn used to be a humanoid. Mahila said with a shrug, and Fizeros let out a laugh. And here I thought you lost your sense of humor.